Chat, please don't. I'm already experiencing a lot of stress without any of you talking about what Decepticon something something. But you know what? I'm gonna ignore you already, chat. Well, this video is a bit less for me. It's a bit less for everyone, it's a bit more for me, okay? This is about me venting. And I'm gonna go straight to the point. It's about me venting, and it is about me being a schizo and getting all panicky and scared about the whole unnecessariness of what's going on right now. Anyway, I hope you lurkers are having a good day today, better than me. I'm having an okay day, but the topic is not particularly... It's not particularly fun. I feel that it is something that is so completely unnecessary, and I find it baffling that it even had to happen to begin with. Clement Wong? Clement Wong. First time? Well, welcome. I hope you all have a decent time here and I don't disappoint you. But unfortunately, this stream is more for me than it's about for the lurkers, unfortunately. Why, Mancast, why does Badmin look perpetually exhausted? Why indeed? But let me have a look how many of you are here. 39. Once it reaches 50, I'm going to get started. Oh, over some coffee here. I'm going to tell... That is for later when the stream starts properly. Since more lurkers are funneling in right now, I'm gonna give it a few more minutes. Thank you, Zara. I'm glad you think that way. I muted again. Of course I muted again. This mic, seriously. It's so sensitive. Just a brief touch and it just goes silent. Goodness me. Stormseeker, you have missed nothing because the stream hasn't started. The topic hasn't started yet. Right now, I'm just waiting for a few more minutes before things get started. No, I'll talk to you about that drama later. It's very funny. It's kind of... I'm not spoiling it right now. I'll give it a few more minutes for more lurkers to come in. Hello, Subject 19. I hope you're having a good day. No, touch wood, I got no fever. Touch wood, I got no fever. 46, 4 more lurkers and I can get started. Mule, welcome back. Small and strong. Small and strong. I am a VTuber and you will regret this. I am a VTuber and you will regret this. I'll start now. I'll get started now. I'm gonna start now. So, I'm gonna tell y'all, I wanna ask y'all a little bit of a question though, because just to get started with. How well do y'all know the stories and the dramas of Chinese Imperial palaces? Do y'all know do y'all know that well enough? Do some of you have a general idea of Chinese Imperial palaces? Well, we'll get started anyway. There are some people who really know and some people who don't. There is one very, very famous Hong Kong drama series that aired in 2004. Yes. It aired in 2004 and it was one of the most, I would say, acclaimed drama series. And if you all had a bit of an idea, it is... Oh, your trumpet gave one membership. Hermit, say thank you to Trumpet. But anyway, I want to go back to this story. There is a show called Kam Chi Yok Yip. It's a Cantonese show. It's a Hong Kong series that came out in 2004. And it is actually a dive and a critique on Imperial Chinese palace life. Think it is kind of like Game of Thrones, but it's a bit more focused. It is a lot more focused actually. And let me see if I can get you the photo of this drama series. I've already shown you a bit of the photo, but it doesn't hurt to show you a bigger photo. This is a drama series. Let me move down a bit. This is a drama series. It's called Kam Chi Yok Yip. And one thing that if you watch any shows from Hong Kong is that if you think Western localizations of Japanese shows is horrible, Hong Kong is even worse. Let's just leave it at that. No, I'm not going to leave it at that actually, not this time. I want to show you. Let me see if I can find the proper series cover art. My goodness me, the sizes of these images are horrible. It is extremely horrible. Oh well, I'll just show you all the drama wiki anyway. That's a lot easier. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna move back up. There we go. So this show is called Kam Chi Yok Yip. And it is a very funny name. It's a very... How would I call it? It is... What it means in English is actually very oxymoronic, but in a way it's also very poetic. Kam Chi Yok Yip. Golden branch, lust and evil. Or just golden branch and lust. Or sin, golden branch and sins. That is the proper direct translation of the name of the show. But for some reason, the English localization of that show is called War and Beauty. That is the English translation of the show. So yeah, there was a lot of localization going on with even old shows, kind of like 4Kids in a way. But unlike with 4Kids and the Western translations, these ones weren't really particularly malicious. It just simplifies the meaning per se. So, but it's still very stupid in my opinion that they had to directly change the names of the shows. This was particularly bad. Imperial Mean Girls? Probably. But it's called War and Beauty, and I guess you can kind of understand what it's talking about. Because on the first hand, they're both related. The Chinese translation and the English localized translation is somewhat related, but they are very different things. So Kamti Yoi means golden branch and Sid. The whole idea is that you have beautiful women who become very, very glamorous, very high class concubines of the emperor. And despite all of their appearances, their beauty, their behavior, their gentleness in the outside sense, you see behind closed doors, every single thing they do is completely opportunistic. Extremely opportunistic. And what I mean by opportunistic is that every woman, every concubine in that story will find ways to backstab each other to gain an edge towards getting favor from the emperor. That is basically the story of this show. It's the critique of this show. So the whole premise, let me see if I'll open up a presentation because okay. So what's the show about? It's like, think about it this way. All the beauty is a facade. All the, how should I call it? All the civility. Yeah, civility is a lie. All that matters is me. That is the entire premise of a life in an imperial palace in China back in the days. And everything is permitted if you don't get caught. That is really the long and short of it. And it's, I do invite you to, if you get the chance to watch this show, it is extremely eye-opening. It's an old show for sure, it's 2004, but if you get a chance to watch this show, I suggest you take the opportunity to watch this show. So again, this one. And this sounds mean, but the show sounds like I need to breathe but don't want others to, but I want to be ladylike in front of men. Okay, here's the very odd thing about Imperial Palace life back in the old days. There are no other men in the palace. There are no other men living in the palace. The only man in the palace is the emperor. And I'll tell you, I'll give you a short story. Almost like I'll go back to my presentation, and all this will build up. I just bear with me. All of these weird off-tangent things about imperial palaces will build up, I assure you. But let me see. Being an imperial concubine, you have one goal. Be the mother of the next emperor. That really is the one goal. This really is the end game for most imperial concubines back during the old dynasties of China. So, what do I mean by this? So, you can simplify it into a list of steps. First, and it is unfortunate. Firstly, get shortlisted as a concubine. Win the emperor's favor. Be the first to give him a son. The other rivals cannot. The other rivals are thrown under the water. That is really the... So, it reminds me of something that someone on Twitter said, and it's very interesting. It is very interesting. And I think it's related to... Do you all remember there was one meme that was circulating that after the big incident with Cinder, it started circulating? I don't really know. I saw that meme before, but you'll probably know. But something along the lines of... Let me think. How should I put... It's just business. It is kind of just business as well. This is the concubine's business back in the old days. Really. So, like I said, the end goal of all this is to be the mother of the next emperor. And to be the mother of the next emperor is basically being a regent per se. She, in name, does not have the power to run the empire, but she basically has the power. And she does not even need the title, she just needs to control the person who has it, the title. That was basically the end goal for everything. So how does this relate back to this? How does this relate back to everything else? It is back to, I remember there was another meme that came out. Another meme that came out not long after the Cinder documents. It was something along the lines of when your audience are whales, every other VTuber is your enemy. And that is what scares me. That is what scares me a lot. And unfortunately, this is why some of you lurkers that ask me why I only collab with the same few people or the people I know. I am not in the mood for networking. In fact, I hate it so much. Over the years, networking, I hate it so much now. And what happened over that last 4 days with Cinder and a whole lot of other VTubers, English VTubers, it has given me enough warnings to never, well, to think really, really, really hard before I even consider anything relating to touching base with most so-called big-name Western VTubers. But I think I should get into the topic at hand, right? I want you all to again remember this show. Remember this screen. The aim of the concubine is to end up being on top, basically. Being on top by being the mother of the emperor. And they will do anything and everything against their fellow rivals to achieve that role. But with that out of the way, we will get into the point.
You will have nothing and you will like it.
Cinder's a cosplayer, so the revelations wasn't really much of a surprise. Cosplayers have a reputation of that. But anyway, let's get started. I think it's all... I will preface this by saying I have only spent one true day reading the things that has happened. And what I am going to approach to you all is... Okay, let me just erase this. My approach to this whole situation. I'm not going to read all of the documents. Not on stream, at least. Okay? The big four. The Ground Zero document. The two VTuber reaction, follow-ups, and the apology. This is what I'll be covering. And I think they will give... Let me see. This is what I will be covering. And I think that will give a lot of time. That would be... I think by the time I'm done with those, it will be a good few hours. I'm expecting to go some off-tangent routes, so also bear with me on that part. And why do I care so much about this? Well, I would love to not care about this, honestly, but like it or not, I am not a VTweeter anymore. I am designated as a VTuber, which means at one point or another, this might affect me in some shape or form. And I hope it never happens, touch wood. This, like I say, this is partially for me than as it is for you, like us to just watch and basically go into like a gossip mode. You all can free to gossip, we can gossip all you want, but at the end of the day, it is as much a warning, a proper warning that everyone has to know about than as it is about gossip. Okay? So with that out of the way, let's get started. And I'm not looking forward to this. It is so exhausting. Let me see. So, first up, the Nanoless original Ground Zero document. Let's see if I can make it a little. Okay, that's enough. Should be enough. Oh boy, how am I going? Where the introduction is. Well, if you want to have the long story short, it is that Nanoless, as far as I recall, is a rather prolific and high quality VTuber artist. This Nanoless individual has made a lot of very high quality models for various big named VTubers. And basically, his story is he's being forced to work for, you already know who it is. He's being forced to work for only one VTuber. Well, coerced to work for only one VTuber, basically. And it is done by this specific VTuber. Oh, what the heck? It's Cinder, okay? It's Cinder. It's Cinder. What the heck? It's gonna be exhausting for me, and I'm insulting your intelligence by refusing to call her by name. But everything is just for educational purposes, and we are just doing this as a analysis and a bit of a warning. Sito-chan, hello. Snake Wolf 08, you are here for the drama. I cannot believe it. Now, long story short, Cinder and her manager, Redacted, aka Red, in the original Ground Zero document that Nanoless released, basically pressures Nano to be the exclusive artist for Cinder. Yeah. And it is one thing to honestly be. There is a lot of things here, and I don't know whether. Do you want me to read through them step by step, or this is all old information for you all, lurkers? Unless otherwise, I'm just going to get into my own talk about it. But do you want me to just run through everything with you step by step? Muzzy, thank you for gifting 5 subs to random to lurkers. Be sure to thank Muzzy. Oh, Nanoless is female? Okay, Nanoless is okay. Okay, okay. She has been forced. Long story short is that Nanoless, she is being forced to be, through various coercive tactics, allegedly, to work exclusively for Cinder, to be her exclusive VTuber artist. But again, lurkers, I should put it as a poll. Maybe I should put it as a poll. This will be one of the many polls. So, Nanoless Doc, read along or just talk? It'll be like a 1-minute poll. So whoever who answers, just decide. It's a mix of coercion and manipulation, basically. Not. Wow. Okay. Few more seconds. Once it reaches. Okay. This will do. So I'll just talk about it. Baffling story. So, long story short is through a mix of coercion and manipulative tactics, Nanolus was being pressured to be the exclusive artist for Cinder. And wow. Now, legitimately, if you have a legitimate way to get exclusivity, one of the best, most straightforward and drama-free way you can think of is paying an exclusivity fee. And some agreed upon sum of money between both parties, usually, or some kind of other material benefit, material consideration. And it seems Cinder and her manager allegedly was not really into that thing. They resorted to something that is basically straight out of something like you would see from an Imperial Palace period drama. And oh my goodness, the tactic they used was actually quite baffling and also is really underhanded. By flooding Nano with a lot of work to the point that she is unable to do commissions for anyone else. And this is made especially shocking and underhanded, given that Cinder and Red seem to have made comments about overworking the editor. Already we have a few big problems already, even from this document, and there is receipts. There is huge amounts of receipts. Goodness me, there are so many receipts. So I have trouble not accepting this as very likely to happen. I have trouble not accepting this as likely to have happened as it was stated. But I think you have read pretty much all of this, and this really sets the tone. This is the Ground Zero video, the Ground Zero document, and as you will see in Cinder's apology document later on, I have not really had the chance to fully read it, but it really puts into perspective the type of individual that Cinder is demonstrating herself to be. And this is the classic phrase. There is so many of all these phrases now coming from Vtubers, and honestly, I'll leave that till after I'm done with most of the documents. Business is business. And this is what really gets to me. This is what really pisses me off so much. This is what really pisses me off so much. I'm sure you all know about the stories from mainland, right? About how there are businessmen in mainland China who are so unscrupulous, so shockingly unscrupulous, that they would resort to some of the most underhanded and honestly despicable tactics to get a one-up with the competition. Namely, there are some things. Firstly, the big scandal with mass-produced milk. That was a very, very serious scandal that, in my honest opinion, I think is still happening in mainland. I really think it's still happening in mainland. Basically, milk does not just contain milk from cows, long story short, and it contains some other substances, namely chemicals, various chemicals that was added to simulate a full carton of milk. And it was part of the reason why you notice in some places in, I would say, in the Western countries where there is a lot of fresh produce, you will see a lot of Chinese people from China, from mainland China, Chinese from mainland China. They'll buy stocks and stocks and stocks of fresh produce, of fresh products from your supermarkets, almost always getting them out of stock. And also you see a lot of new businesses that is talking about logistics. Mainland China logistics companies that focus on exporting back items to the home country. And it's because of this, all these big scandals with a lot of products. And there is also another very infamous product. The first is the milk. A lot of chemicals, a lot of things that are generally not edible or drinkable being put into these cartons to simulate that it is completely full. You know, it's not even powdered milk. It's literally whatever cheap thing that makes it look like white liquid. It is that bad. It is literally that bad. Then, of course, you have the whole incident where there was quite a very viral video that went out a few years back and involved a Chinese content creator. He bought one of the ice creams you will find, one of the most popular ice creams in mainland China at the time. It's like a stick ice cream. And what he did was something extremely simple. Extremely simple. What he did was buy an ice cream, open the stick ice cream, and brought a lighter and let the lighter burn the ice cream for a good few seconds, 30 seconds. Okay? And here's the weird thing that happened. It charred before it melted. Only by around the 20-second mark was there even signs of melting. Remember, this is ice cream that you buy and you eat. It's not show units that you would display at the front of a store. No, you literally buy it from a freezer and you open and you eat it. That was how frightening mainland consumer products are. especially food products. You really do not know whether what you're eating is exactly what you're eating. And it's partially, remember the whole story back in the 1800s, back in the Britain, mainly Britain in the 1800s. What was that powder they all used? What was the white powder they all used that was basically clay? That is basically clay, but let me see. Let me have a look. I'm curious about it too. That is basically clay, but it is... Let me see. No. It is something to... Let me see. 1800 bread adulteration. Talcum powder. Is it? Let me see. I'm curious. I can't remember it. Let me see if I can find it. Is it called talcum powder? Is it talcum powder? No, it's not talcum powder. It's something else. It was a very, very big scandal when it was exposed back in the 1800s. No, it's not talcum powder. It was a big scandal when it was exposed back in the 1800s. I just can't remember. 1800s bread adulteration, Britain. Alum. There we go. Well, I found it. It's alum. It is a very poisonous thing. Let me see. Yep, that's right, alum. Let's see. ALUM. So basically, this is alum. Because they had to stinge, a lot of bakers had to stinge on proper wheat flour, which means that they cannot make 100% pure wheat flour bread. They would save costs by adding an ingredient called alum. And alum basically is an adulterant. It is basically chalk. It's basically chalk. Long story short. Look at this. The three big substances back in the 1800s to give the illusion of white bread: chalk, groundnut bone, and alum were grinded into a powdery substance that would resemble flour and added into proper flour to create white bread. And people eat it, they get sick, many died. So why am I talking about this? Why am I talking about adulterated bread and unscrupulous mainland businesses that produce plastic ice cream that you are supposed to eat? Well, it's back to this story, isn't it? it really angers me that this is the same mindset as those in the mainland businesses. Nowhere as bad just yet, nowhere as bad at all, but the principle behind all of this is the same. You are resorting to unscrupulous behavior to get a leg up in the competition. And when people ask you why are you resorting to such underhanded tactics, you say, oh, it's just business. Oh, it's just business. 我做緊啲生意嘛，都冇咩問題嘅。我哋係做緊生意，我哋係做生意人嚟嘅。我哋邊度有諗呢啲嘢嘅？揾錢係最重要。That's what they say. Oh, we're just running a business. We're just making money. We're just getting one up in the competition. No. That is not. You can call it business, but that's just not playing fair. You can make a profit. You can one up the competition. You can do business. And you are completely in the right to do so. It is still a relatively free world where you are free to run your own business and you're free to make your own money, but ultimately the big problem is there are proper tactics. None of this would have happened if Cinder and her manager would just do business through the proper channels. If you have to pay money to get the leg up, pay it. If you have to talk with the other party and reach to a proper agreement, you have to do that. When you're doing business, you can't take the shortcuts. You most definitely can. But the amount of shortcuts you make eventually, you'll be caught. Or the mistakes pile up on you and it just explodes on your face. And it's not even bad enough, okay? It's not even bad enough that Cinder and the manager were allegedly doing all of this behind everyone's backs. What they did that, in my opinion, made it even worse. So much worse. The type of worse where if you had anything that even resembles respect for this individual, it is all gone. Is smearing them, insulting them, and attacking them behind their back. And especially those you claim who claim are your friends. That is the worst, the absolute worst. I'm going to talk about that later because there are two sides to this whole thing that I want to talk about. And this is why it worries me. It's not just about Cinder personally, but Cinder is half of the problem. Cinder is half of the problem. But long story short, Nanolis, one a prolific VTuber artist being coerced or manipulated by, allegedly, Cinder and her manager to exclusively work only for Cinder, and they do it through allegedly the most underhanded tactic of flooding Nanoless with too much work that she cannot undertake any other commissions for any other person. And all the while bad-mouthing other individuals who are potential commissioners. That's the long story short of this document. Oh my god. I think the issue is, Miguel Ruiz, I think Nanoless is a naive or honest individual and believes that if she were to honestly lay out her problems to Cinder and her manager, they would be able to properly consider and balance out her workload. That is my speculation. And I'm giving Nanoless the most generous speculation because I do not know her. Well, obviously. So I can only suspect if she came clean, okay, Red and Cinder, I have this commission with this other VTuber who has given me a very large project and I have to work on it, so I may not be able to work on this project of yours, or maybe I can work on it at a later time. She probably gave all these details away and evidently it's being used against her now. It was used against her. Or rather, it was used against the VTubers who were affected by this. Nanoless tried sinking Kevin before over drama twice. I wouldn't call it naive. Well, that acts things into perspective now, does it? That puts things into perspective now, does it? But I want to move on to the next document. You'll probably know Bao, right? Let's just... She had her own document out. There's a lot of rehashing of old things. But this is from her perspective. She had a few projects on that she commissioned with Nano. For some reason, she's not allowed to get those commissions fulfilled because overall of this being happening on the background. Someone who was close and worked with Cinder for years, I have first-hand experience on how Cinder and Raid collaborate and the extent to which Raid operates as a primary point of contact. So she is basically saying anything that comes out of Raid's mouth likely also shared by Cinder. What about we pay blank for you and you don't have to discount it from next payment. We'll continue giving you lots of model work. I think 4 years straight worth of work. But you do not work with Bao VTuber 2 or VTuber 3 at all again, model or art. I don't think you have ever done anything with Bao or VTuber unknown before. We have another gamer subs label for you to the AFK. Is there any way to add a little bit more since as of yet not known VTuber asks for art every now and then? You tell her no and tell us to buy another art piece. Like so you still get a job from it. Okay, this is so... Yes. Yes, basically that is right, Kirby. It is really like that. Oh boy, redacted. Nanalis is saying, I cancelled her for the second time already. Well, with this unknown VTuber, she has given a lot of bias and priority at gamers subs, sometimes over Cinder, and we can't really confront them about it, plus she has gone 3D. Another VTuber hurt one of our friends really bad, and I can't really say much about that since it's not my drama to get into. Yet you got into it! You are using drama for business. Do these people not realize how ridiculous they sound? You are using drama to get a one-up in business. Has been getting on our nerves for a while. She hijacked our YouTube editor a while ago and is constantly picking up artists that we would have gotten to know her better, being friends with her, but she... God! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness. That sickens me. My approach to friendship is, if I have a problem with you, I'll tell it to your face. What would have been a good thing for them if they even claim to be friends with that other VTuber, which it becomes obvious it's Bao, is that if they have a problem with her, say that, oh, we have there are some things we feel a bit sore on, such as you always doing this or doing that, and I felt that as friends I should let you know that these are some dissatisfactions I have with the way you behave, or something like that. You don't just smile to their faces and then go behind their back when you are going to commission someone else to do work and you back talk them behind their back. Remember last week's stream? What was that? It was a post thumbnail about airing dirty laundry. Remember that? It goes back to that as well. Really, everything is going back to all of this problems being rehashed over and over again. You would think after all this time it would get better, but no, it does not get better. I think I should keep moving, otherwise I'll see that just about everything. We want to try and safeguard our most important artist from her since she's already taken our editor. Then pay for exclusivity. It's not that hard. I'm sure Cinder has a lot of money. A lot of money from her subs, a lot of money from her sponsorships. She can afford that money. She can afford the fee. If you're going to be a petty business person, if you're going to be a petty businesswoman, at least don't stinge. If you're being petty and you're being a stinge, that is just even worse. I'm going to get to that, Rick Bane. I am going to get to that. But if they pay for exclusivity, she can't be petty to her friends specifically. Heh. Let's keep going anyway. I don't even mean to take it like he doesn't work with us. He does, but he did blah blah blah. 1,000 views. Okay, this is just random information. So, the summary of this 3 is this. Bao's so-called friends, by the way. So-called good friends. So-called good friends. Mao has been getting on our nerves for a while. She hijacked our YouTube editor. She had the gall to pick up artists that we work with. She's barking up the tree of one of our live 2D animators. Has a way of guilt-tripping others to get her way.
You will have nothing and you will like it.
I hate when people treat their friend nothing more than object. No wonder when Neuro-sama asks if... I'm gonna get to that too. It's very interesting what Neuro could... What a supposed AI that is supposed to be somewhat algorithmically random can compile to describe Cinder. And this is why... I'm sorry, Lucas, but this is why I choose to consider people friends very, very carefully. I can care for people as I interact with them, and I will always wish them to be in their best health and life-wise, but I am not as extreme as like Mr. Metalker or any of that sort. I'm not as extreme as Jimbo. I do not believe that it is impossible to make friends on the internet. But what I do believe is that if I will think really, really, really hard before I consider someone a friend on the internet. Because being a friend actually means more than just fair weather. Fair weather friends are not friends. They are just acquaintances on a good day. Fair weather friends are not friends. The true friends are those who will stick by you even when you're annoying. Who will stick by you even at your worst. Who will warn you when you are taking the wrong direction. Who will roast you if you make a big mistake. But all they will ever do is roast you, and they'll just accept you back. That's the most important. That's what friends should do. That is not friends. If what Bao says about Cinder and her manager is true, they were never friends. To Cinder and the manager, she was just another convenient too. In my opinion. Oh yeah. Mo-chan, you are supposed to moderate my chat, not insult me on the stream, please. I feel so embarrassed. Anyway, just joking. Just joking. Just joking, Mo-chan. But anyway, I want to keep going. Long story short is, it is fine to be friendly with people, but to consider someone a friend, it is a decision that you cannot take lightly. You can consider someone a friend through their behaviors, through their actions, through your past with them. It is kind of like, you know, blood brothers or 姊妹，兄弟人姊妹, as basically blood brothers or quote-unquote sisters. It's something like that. It is not something you take very lightly. Not at all. And if betrayal happens from one or both of the parties, it is extremely, let's just say, it not just harms those who are affected, it is a major bump on your karma. It is a major bump on your karma. Just like how Christians believe that betrayal is such a heavy sin. Betrayal is a sin in almost any culture. Practically all cultures, actually. Let's keep going. This is the reason why I read. These are the reasons. Basically trying to get Nanoless to cancel her projects with Bao. A bunch of insults and throwing under the bus. Beijing Nanoless to cancel ongoing live 2D commish for me. Even mentioning how excited I was about it when I showed them the design during Cinder and Ice concerts. Don't sell yourself short. I think she'd be fine with taking the design and finding someone else. Wow. She starts crap. Oh, it's Bao's fault, is it? It is Bao's fault. Oh boy. That is how narcissism. From my observations of narcissism as a behavior, I'm not talking about any specific individual. They will cause the problem and they will blame the victim for it. That is just gnarly. That is just gnarly. What friends are these? 有冇搞錯啊？真係好似學神咁啊！ 我冇睇過人奸到咁嘅，真係。It's basically her resolving a lot of accusations. A lot of accusations. The YouTube editor is a mutual YouTube channel editor of mine and Cinder. Okay. He was afraid to ask Cinder for a raise because he initially turned down an exclusivity deal. As a friend to both Cinder and Kaiser, I encouraged him to take the deal and reassure him that it would not change our friendship. Can corroborate this. The editors who are in the call can corroborate this. Okay. Probably. But just be careful. This is something you have to be careful because maybe it's my paranoia talking, but the court of public opinion is not the court of law. And it is quite... This is just me talking, and I have no reason to doubt Bao at all. I really have zero reason, but the whole part of this is... Maybe this phrase just rubs me the wrong way, but... Unless you can manage to get a court to force these editors under oath to say all these things, well, it's quite hard to use this as evidence, but let's hope that if they ever had made this into a point of contention, that they would be fair and say what actually happens. I'm sharing this content because as the words to describe a hurt and betrayal, of course. Can you imagine the pain it would be? I could imagine it because I have experienced things like this before. You believe them to be your friends, and then all of a sudden behind your back they would say the worst things about you, throw you under the bus, and then... Over what? Business? You betray someone else over business? I mean, it's one thing if someone betrays you because they really started to hate you. At least that will make it even more remotely justifiable, if at all. But business, that is another level of law, in my opinion. Oh wow. I really didn't want to read so much of this. I only got like the long and short of Bao's document, but to really see... Goodness me. This is Bao's take on Cinder. We love working with you. Cinder wouldn't be Cinder without Nano, okay? But like, let me tell you the tea about the MV thing. Bao had original songs last year that had MVs by her editor. Songs flopped. What an odd thing to say about your friend. Her editor met us at TwitchCon, saying that he loved to work with her, jumping through hoops to get something planned. We managed to have him squeeze in the Boss Rush MV between his work with Bao. Says he loves working on it, he's super excited. Boss Rush song blows up, he's credited as editor. Ask him if... All of a sudden changes his mind, is only working with Bao. Well, I wonder why. Really, I wonder why. Suddenly, he would just prefer to just work with Bao. Wow. Playing the victim. You throw someone under the bus and playing the victim. This literally reads like a hostage note. I asked to be anonymous since I like to be separate from being known as a freelancer. No one does this, no one decides to do this on their own. This was... And these messages, Cinder and Red, are referring to my animator, whom I've been working with since 23. Okay. In 24 sec, ask me up. Okay. He will ask me if he could go exclusive for me and work for me in-house with no credit in order for him to quietly work on his projects and break without having Vtubers ask him to commission more work. Huh. Why aren't you solving this privately? That is a pretty good question, but assuming everything that I have read about Bao is read from Bao is accurate, well, sometimes really it's quite a messy idea actually. On one hand, it is extremely cultural. Well, it's my culture. It's from my own culture actually. It's from my own culture. We have problems with someone else. We resolve it personally, or we just never talk to each other again. Airing dirty laundry will always be a taboo. It is a cultural taboo. It is something that will not only damage the reputation of the person you are calling out, but it also damages the reputation of the person calling it out. All these are private. Were private. All these were private. It is one thing when you are calling out something that has gone public, but it's another thing when you bring up something that was once private and making it public. That is airing dirty laundry. Do I have any reason to doubt Bao? No. I don't have. But I do say that if you want to make something private public, it is something that you have to consider very carefully. So I have no reason to question whether Bao has considered all of these very carefully or not. I will assume she has. And yes, yes, Lurker-chan, that reality has not eluded me. And it is very telling, and I will talk about it later on in the stream. But long story short is, I would have, if I were Bao, in my position, if I were Bao, I would have confronted Cinder and her manager. I would have confronted Cinder and her manager and asked them to clarify things, to make things clear between the both of them. And if really she had chosen to be betrayed, If really Cinder had chosen to betray Bao and betray their friendship, then cut contact. Cut contact. Never associate with each other again. If people ask you why, they'll just say we had a falling out. That's it. Let people speculate on the falling out rather than you airing your dirty laundry. That is still better. All in all, if this individual, so far from my initial impressions, both sides. There is Cinder side and there is the 7 document side. If the 7 document side intend to just damage Cinder, they have to be prepared to damage their own reputations too. Like some people, especially like some people like Azehara, the clipper I know, made a interesting point. And basically is saying that do not, people who dogpile in such a way releasing Google documents one after another, all on the same topic, all on the same call outs. Before taking everything at completely face value, assess the situation. But again, I don't have any reason to believe Bao or Nano has lied. There is zero reason for me to think that. I'm just thinking about the optics of all of this. And this is just my opinion on the optics. Again, if I were in Bao's shoes or Nano's shoes, I would have just called them both out. I would have just called Cinder and the measure out personally in a DM or even a voice call and disassociate with them if they really did hurt me that much. But that's just my opinion. 2 documents down. Oh. 2 documents down. And I need to take a break. Rina, can you shut up? Always. I'm gonna keep going after I take a short break. I need to... Well, I'm out of coffee. I am out of coffee. And so I'm going to take a few minutes to rest and I will be back with you in a few. I expect all of you to be behaving while I am away, okay? See you later. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what you've been talking while I am away. What? Mixed. What is this deleted? What? Zero. Are you trying to be the next Rena? Zero, are you trying to be the next Rena right here? Be honest with me. Are you trying to be the next Rena? Oh my god. Oh no. Okay, I'm done. Let's move on. So this is Bao's document. This is Bao's document. And I feel that the next document I should have a look at, and according to a lot of people, well, mostly me, the next document I looked at is from another VTuber. And this is apparently allegedly, Cinder's first target of disdain, basically. Long story short. Cinder and her manager's target of disdain. And I'm gonna read with you all. This is a document that I have not gotten a chance to read fully. So what I'm going to do is take this opportunity to read with you all. And oh boy, I don't know what to expect. The title of the document is called I Am VTuber 1. Well, Strivo, thank you for the sub. This is the problem with Ash. This is the problem with YouTube. YouTube seems to have this little odd problem where if you watch a live stream for a little too long, the RAM gets fully consumed and the website just breaks. You have to refresh it to run it again. But I want to talk about this one. This is a very... Okay, we'll read this together, okay? This is a document by Silvervale. We already know her, right? She's been a target for many harassment campaigns. Ranging from the Hogwarts Legacy incident through to this. She cannot catch a break. She really cannot catch a break, and I have no idea how. I do feel pity. I do feel pity and sympathy how she is almost always the center of some negative attention that she completely does not deserve. From me watching whatever Silvervale makes, she is really not the type to make drama. Not that I recall. She seems to just keep her head down and do what she wants to do within her own little bubble. And that is admirable. Unlike certain VTubers like Nyara, who will thrive and believe that starting drama is the only way to keep going in their career. But anyway, I want to go back. I shouldn't have to say this, but me putting out this statement is not a call for an excuse for anyone to turn this situation into a witch hunt. I appreciate you prefacing that, Silver Veil, and I hope people take that seriously. Just like how I say in every single one of my streams, it is all for educational purposes and a warning. It is not meant to be a target on any specific individual. That is bad. My intention of making statements is strictly for closure for what happened in the past years. Oh, what is it? Rena and Zero are in the chat summary. That is so poetic. What does it say? What does it say, Lurkers? I'm curious. I don't have my chat summary. I don't have my stream manager open up, so I wouldn't know. And it's perfect. And it's so appropriate. Oh, Zero and Rena created the Google Docs. Viewers are reacting to the streamer's recent drama involving other streamer called Oh my goodness. Exposed. Rena is exposed. Rena and Zero exposed for real. Viewers are reacting to the streamer's recent drama involving another streamer called Rena, who apparently created Google Docs exposing Zero and other streamers' personal info. Zero, you're exposed. Rena is exposed too. What is this? I'm gonna pin this for a few minutes. It's so funny. Oh no. Thank you, AI. Thank you so much. Cut in 4K. Rena just destroyed his career. It's over. Dick. Rena is toast. Rena and Zero are the VTuber deep state. Oh my goodness, I'm so honored. The VTuber deep state is here in the flesh. Rena and Zero. They created all this drama for their entertainment. Okay, I had my fun. I had my fun. I'll keep going. Well, I needed that. I needed that. Okay, let's get back to this. Basically, she's just saying she wants to clarify everything. Majority of the messages are from Raid. I find it impossible how he acted solely on his own intentions without Cinder's knowledge of consent. He represents her publicly and professionally. Okay. I am curious about this chat. Let me have a look. Oh. I mean, like, if you want to have some kind of model exclusivity, what would you need to make that sustainable for you? Maybe you can share one of your ideas and I can check what I think. Okay, so I got some ideas for this. What are you thinking? Ask help from my friends, monthly fee, fair. How long will it be if... How long would this be if this counts for models I already work on? I think the main thing we're looking for here is not to take any brand new model clients and to not make any new outfits with... Wow! That is so specific. Calling out by name, that is so specific. Necro, hope you had a good time. Go rest. That is such a specific call out in that. This, I don't know how much of this is the manager's fault and how much of this is Cinder's fault. I really don't know, but if I have to guess, if Cinder is Sauron, Redacted is probably the mouth of Sauron. But if I have to guess. You'll still be able to work on models' outfits with all your other existings, and your artwork comps wouldn't be affected. One of our concerns is that more of your works become models, then they don't have the same value anymore. Second is that if there's a few people that we will rather not be able to... Wow! I'm going to say wow so many times, but holy moly. The reason why I brought this up at all is that there's a lot of bias with another one of our partners with certain creators, and we rather creators not have what makes Cinder unique, which is your artwork. Just drama. That you created, that you and Cinder created, it seems. What about we pay someone else's commission for you? You don't have to discount it from the next payment. We'll continue to give you lots of work. You don't work with Bao, this person, and or Silver at all again. I don't think you've ever done anything with Bao or this other person before. With another gamer soft, yeah, we saw this already. You will like it when Silver asks for art, you tell her no. Jesus. My God. Is this about Silver? The problem is that they don't understand the models are only big. It puts butts on the seats. But it's Cinder's as an entertainer that retains the views. This is what a lot of Vtubers unfortunately are unable to recognize. The model is, oh, you can have the prettiest, most expensive model in the world. It's only good for the first hour or so. Whether you can retain those viewers, it's all on you. It really is all on you. There is no two way about it. And imagine tanking your reputation over something like a VTuber model. That is wow to me. I don't want to take sides on any drama or situations. That's what Nano said. It is about Silver's mono. Yeah, I wanna take it, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. Nano is so obviously being manipulated. It is true. Peer pressure, perhaps. It is peer pressure. Goodness me. So much peer pressure. And one of the lurkers mentioned. Rena, shut up. Also called out Kevin over his live 2Ds. I wonder if Nano's post had anything to do with influence from other so-called big name VTubers or not, who have a personal beef with Kevin. I'm kind of... Because from what I'm reading so far, what I have read about Nano is that she does not seem the type of person who would, through their own intention, throw someone under the bus. She does not seem that... She seems like the type of person who would do what someone else says, out of fear of not being quote-unquote friends with them anymore. That is the vibe I'm getting from someone like Nano. It is very understandable in a way, and I'll also hold that as what I think it is. Oh, well, look at her. I wouldn't even say that she was made to hate him, but more like she was made to say she'd hate him. Maybe. She probably doesn't even care much about Kevin for all we know. And I say it's the people who are manipulating Nano that is making her say these things. That is my most gratuitous interpretation of something like that. Because you have seen in the past screen caps, there is a lot of screen caps. And from what I can see is, I don't have reason to believe Nano is a person who inherently wants to start drama. And if she does so, it's probably at the behest of someone else. Yeah, Nano is probably trying to fit in with the clique. This is why I want to use the F word. Should I use profanity? Should I use profanity? Lucas, should I use profanity? Should I use profanity? I fucking hate cliques. I hate them so much. I so hate them so much. The very thought of it pisses me off so much. VTubers, sports, gaming, anything. The clique, the moment the word clique gets shoved to my face, I lose it. I lose it completely. I hate it. They are a pox on humanity. Cliques on the human mind. Cliques are the pox on the human mind. I will have no cliques in my own community. Everyone who are lurkers, stay lurkers. There are no superior lurkers, inner circle lurkers, anything.
You will have nothing and
I
you
hope any
will
of you
like it.
lurkers who follow me on any stream or any social media, you understand clearly. There are no cliques. You want to be in the community that I made, there will be no cliques. That is my biggest request. I wouldn't even say request, it is my biggest demand. Cliques. It's not unique to ladies, not at all. No. There are cliques for men, they are just called gangs. Um, you just had to trigger me that. Look, Chan, you really just had to trigger me with the existence of that word, didn't you? You just had to. Okay, I am calm and I can get back to this. Yes, darkness clique is a word. Let me search it up for you. Let me search it up for you. Let me search it up for you. Google is fine. Darkness, 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 where are you? The definition is right there. Holy crap, Cranius, what is wrong with your GPU? I have Vtuber one, that's the right document. GTX 550 Ti. Wow. That is 2011. 2011 GPU. I'm continuing now. Okay, I'm continuing now. Let's see. Business is business. Yeah, I want to take it, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. I do want to do pretty models, no hurt feelings. Yep. Nano, you're a freelance artist and Silver is a long-time client, so it makes sense to continue doing work for her. I understand the logistics of it. At the end of the day, you need to do what's best for you. Not after you say that. Not after you say all of this. No, not after you say all of this. Oh, just so you know, if you decide to continue working for this person, I want to let you know the person you're working with is a horrible individual, and I question your sanity for deciding to continue working with this person, but at the end of the day, you do what's best for you. No, that is not how it works. That is not how you... That is manipulation, that is coercion already. Trying to imply that you are a terrible individual for deciding to work with someone. Oh, you are... I'm not saying that you are a terrible individual for working with this terrible person, but you do you. What did you expect Nano to do? What do you expect her to respond with if you say things like that? What were you expecting? If Nano is as afraid of the whole clique, if Nano is invested in the clique culture and also does not want to lose friends, as you can say, I don't want to disrespect Cinder, she will do anything. she will approve of anything as long as it gives her the impression that she's still part of the popular crowd. Aniki daisuki, yeah, Nano, but that is fine. That is fine. It is fine to have people who are meek and accommodating, who just wants to be part of a group of friends, who just want to have friends. It is very normal. But what becomes and I would say the fault lies more with the people who take advantage of people with such a mentality. That is very, very sickening. Yes, meek and accommodating are good people, but they need good people around them to elevate themselves up, elevate each other up. The meek and the accommodating are there for you. In an ideal world, the meek and the accommodating are there for you from start to the end. From start to the end. Supporting you unconditionally. But it is then up to you to be the good person and make sure everyone in your circle of friends or anyone else are at your best. To feel your best. Yes. The meek and accommodating, I can tell you with some level of certainty that those who are meek and accommodating, the ones who are afraid of losing friends, the ones who are afraid of being part of the unpopular group, if they start something, more likely than not, someone else told them to do so. And as you can see, in a case like this, it looks that way. Okay, let's go back to here. Okay, Nano would say understanding my side, but eventually she caved. I really appreciate you for understanding my side. I understand your side too. I just can't accept. I shouldn't get involved in this. Eventually, she was kind of pressured into it. Cinder just wanted to say sorry for stepping back on the exclusivity deal. Wanted to apologize personally to you since you've only talked about that with Red. I don't want to be dragged on my personal issues. I don't want to be dragged on any personal issues like that. After all, Silver still is a client and it makes me anxious and it destroys my mental well-being to do this kind of deal. Just wanted to let you know, I love working with you and Red, but I'll understand if things don't work out because of Silver. Why did you have to go this far? Why do you have to go this far? From the way that is being looked at right now, it seems like it will almost seem like Cinder and Silver are mortal enemies and Nano is playing both sides. That is so stupid. It doesn't even resemble that. All Silver does is just commissioning Nano. That's really the long and short of it. None of this should even exist. My god. None of this should even exist. It's so petty. It is just so extremely petty. In an ideal world, anyone can get to commission anyone they want. And if someone wants to get exclusivity over another person, they pay the exclusivity fee. Long, full stop. Let a proper market decide. In an ideal world, Cinder would just offer the exclusivity fee, to Nano. If Nano rejects it, so be it. It is her right as an artist to reject it. You don't go around guilt-tripping someone. And it's not like you lose access to that artist anyway. Roly-poly, what are you talking about? You should probably do that before you commission a model too. What was this about? Yeah. The commission of commissions, basically. Or as lawyers would say, a retainership. Okay, let's keep going. We're getting a bit too much. WA2K, you look new. Welcome. I hope you have a good time here. I may not be having the best time, but it is something I have to go through with. Sirloin TM, no one deserves to have that, to go through that. No one. No one at all. Even if everything that was said about Cinder is 100% correct, that is still something she does not deserve. No one deserves that. But I will keep going at either way. Again, I know it's unfair to push this on you. Confusing back and forth. I just get compared to her a lot still today. It's like I'm always living in someone's shadow, which is one reason why Red asked about not making any more models. Or what? What? Let me see. Let me just see. Amalgamite, welcome. Welcome to my stressful stream. I'm going through something a little bit that I feel that I want to go through, but I'm trying not to make it too heavy on focusing on the details of the drama, but rather the principles behind it. Okay, this is Silver, this is Cinder. And let me see Silvervale. Excuse me? Excuse me? Do they even look the same to you? How? How? Lucas, explain to me about this. What? I don't get it. What's the striking similarity between these two? Other than Is that it? Is that it? Anyway, where is Amal? Amal, thank you for the raid. Amalgamite, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I'm just going through this I'm going through some of the documents myself. This document is something that I am reading for the first time. It's a lot of rehash old information from the past documents, but this is Silvervale's approach, Silvervale's perspective. Okay, living in someone's shadow. Very odd comment. And what do you mean living in someone else's shadow? Cinder. How? So, and even if, so what? If you think that way, so what? Do you know how many people would give to be as successful as you before this drama, Cinder? Hundreds and thousands of subs? Tens of thousands of subs? You are a co-owner of Gamer Subs? You have an army of artists and an army of animators and editors at your beck and call. You don't have to do anything other than just stream. Are you not grateful? I would be. If I had even a fraction of your success, Cinder, I'd be happy for years. In fact, I'd probably be happy for as long as I keep streaming. Every single new audience you have, every single new subscriber, every single new member, every single new follower you get is a blessing on you. And I'm not saying this to be patronizing, because you probably know about my history running a Facebook page and then going to Vtubing and all these things. Every single person who leaves a good comment on your stream or your post or your video, every single person who gives you a like or a react, every single one of them is valuable. It doesn't matter if the person liking it is some whale with tons of money and his parents' credit card, or it's just some 9-to-5 working without savings and just living day by day. It does not matter. Every single one is a blessing because it represents someone out there believing you are good enough. This is why I do not care about particularly the number of subs I have or the number of members I have. Is the fact that I have, and that is what makes me grateful. So I don't know what is with all this comparing your audience with my audience, and that is so stupid, that is so counterintuitive, and at the end of the day, you are the one who stands to lose the most. When you says your obsession, this is what I say to all of you lurkers, off and on in various streams. A lot of you all overly focused on the negatives of life. So yeah, the nightmare you had, the argument you had with somebody, the fall you just slipped and you twisted your ankle, or your boss asked you to stay in to work for an extra 2 hours, or you got a bad mark for your exam. But what a lot of your lurkers, and to be honest, kinda like me too, I also fall victim to this type of things, is that we never look around and think about the bright sides that are all around the shadows. Because the shadows are the negative things we think about, but there is an entire sunlight all around the shadows. Think about it this way. Yeah, you have a bad mark for your exam, but you have an education. Yeah, your boss makes you work an extra 2 hours for the night, but you have a job and your boss is paying you extra for it. And yeah, you had a fall and you twisted your ankle, but the ankle was the worst that could have happened, which I would have been grateful. There's always, and of course you had a nightmare, but you think about it this way, it was just a nightmare, it was not real, and you woke up, reality is the complete opposite of your nightmare. So this is not really a dig on Cinder, but more like if she even bothers to listen to random, literally who Vtuber from that just shit post most of the time on Facebook, it would give you so much more weight off your shoulders if you do not compare yourself to others. Because by comparing yourself to others, you will never be happy. I know sometimes it may be hard because we are all inherently envious of something, but if we try to suppress that thought, it would feel a lot better. Ambro, can you shut up? Ambro, can you please shut up? But I want to keep going with this. And when you said I understand if things don't work out, it makes me feel you're okay with not working with. What type of gaslighting is that? What type of gaslighting is that? Nano is saying that if you are unwilling to work with her because you can't commit to an exclusivity deal, she will have to accept it. What a way to turn it around. What a way to turn the argument completely around and turn it against you. I really appreciate you, Nano, and your decision over blah blah blah. I don't really see the point of keeping thinking about being compared to Silver. You are much bigger already. You've done so much more. Exactly right, Nano. She made such a good point. She made such a ridiculously good point. Again, why do you obsess with the negatives when you have so much positives that way? The 100 blessings you receive, all or nothing. All you care is about that one curse. And it's not even a curse, it's just someone on par with you. This is so stupid. But I will never give Silver any priority over you. There is not even any model for her being discussed. I just want to sleep clear-minded. I'm also fine not doing her models, but at least gamer subs stuff will be fine with me. I don't want to be 100%. It's not me but other people's opinions of us. I'm just trying to not get involved in any drama that other people want to talk about comparing as no. Stupid mic. It is not me but other people's opinions of us. I'm trying not to get involved in any drama that other people want to talk about comparing us. Who compares you? Seriously. We saw the differences between your models. Who compares you other than adjacent dog wolf themed VTuber? Who compares you? Who even compares you, seriously? You are creating the drama. How long does this document go? Not too long. Okay. Exactly right, Kirby Fan 4. Nobody even thought about it. Streisand effect. Nobody considered comparing Cinder and Silverville. Certainly when I saw Cinder, I just thought of her as some random VTuber. Random popular VTuber. And when I look at Silverville, I just think, oh, Silverville. I wouldn't have thought about her. Oh, she looks like Cinder. Or I look at Cinder and say, oh, she looks like Silverville. That is such a stupid comparison. And because you made it a problem, people are going to do it out of spite now. Sorry about this. Nano has nothing to apologize for. That is so wild. Gaslighting your artist so much that it feels like it's her fault for choosing what she wants to do. You just want to get along. If you just want to get along, why make this into a drama? Why? Okay, I am VTuber 1 year screenshot provided by Nano in her documents. I've been a friend and client of Nano for years and seeing how she was manipulated and emotionally abused by Cinder and Red makes me livid. She's an absolute sweetheart, and from me reading her DMs, I will agree with you. At least on the face of it. And just wants the clients to be happy, I also agree with you on the face of it. Breaks my heart to see how she was treated like a tool and a resource to be used for growth rather than a talented person. Gaslit into how behaving she was being. Exactly right. You saw in that previous snippet, she was gaslit in real time. Well, she was gaslit in real time, yes. I'm so proud of Nano for coming forward to those affected by all of this. Spoken to her privately. I want to be clear, no ill will, no hard feelings. Emotional manipulation is on display. Empathize with a situation. That's all I could say about how disgusting I find their behavior towards creators in general, but I'll just focus about me. Okay. Some people have told me this is where things get a little bit messy and a little bit of a drag and stressful. Okay, let me go see. Discovering that all of this was going behind the scenes had been gut-wrenching. I didn't know Cinder. We weren't friends, we barely talked. Which makes you query if they aren't even friends to begin with, and they even barely talk. What is with that amount of hostility? What is with that amount of hostility? Even writing this, I don't understand what I could have possibly done to warrant such level of malice and cruelty. In our private discussion, I was cordial as possible, but I just wasn't interested in associating with her professionally or being a friend. Here's the thing. Like I said before, friends are those you forge with through mutual understanding. You know each other for a long enough time. You know how each other ticks. You see their flaws, you see their strengths. And you believe that this is a person I would like to be friends with. That is how you properly be friends. And when you be friends, there is sacrifices involved. Not necessarily money, perhaps emotional, or time. What little you can, if you're able. What little you can if you're able. The people who go up to your face when you first meet them and say, let's be friends, more likely than not, those are not friends. Friends do not force other people to be friends with them. Prince Nation, the long and short of the drama is Cinder, VT, and her manager basically trying to pressure one of their most used VTuber artists to only work for them exclusively. And they work for them exclusively by trying to make her to work for them exclusively by overflowing her with work and also bad-mouthing other VTubers behind their backs. Long story short, it is a lot of cringe. Fitting name, Cringe Nation, it is a lot of cringe. From the few uncomfortable interactions I did have with her, I gotten a vibe that her primary goal was to climb the social and content ladder and grow her brand. It's not inherently a fault. But how you achieve it is the problem. I'm fully aware how common that attitude is, and that's just how you grow in this sphere. But I personally don't have the emotional fortitude or bandwidth to have friendships for the express purpose of growth. You know what that means? Lurkers. You know what Silver Veil just... Oh, you know what she meant by that? You know? I hate it so much. Networking. That annoys me so much. The very idea that you can quote unquote make friends only for the purposes of enriching yourself. I wouldn't even call them friends. I'll just call them acquaintances. Because that's just what they are. They're not friends, they're acquaintances. They are arm's length acquaintances where you trade favors for their favors. That is not friends. That is a transaction. Do not insult me by saying that is friendship. That is just as much friendship as some gang members going into your restaurant asking for protection money, and when you pay protection money they will not bother you. That is as much friends. That is their standard of friends. Cranius, I wouldn't go that extreme. I do not subscribe to the mediocre approach to friendship, as in there are no friends online. I will feel that with enough of mutual understanding and mutual respect, there can be proper friends. Let me see. No, DZ. I don't think so. I have seen. There are those who have been friends, women who have been friends for all their lives. From the moment they are in middle school or high school through to their marriage days. And they are on the same table playing mahjong, talking about their lives for years. There are proper friends. Proper friends is not exclusive to men or women. At the end of the day, it's about the people and their personalities. Their personalities are either their biggest strength or their biggest weakness. What the hell did Rena say? But I think I'm let's keep going or else we'll be here all day. Let's keep going with this document or else we'll be here all day. I still need to go through the Cinder apology one. I'm gonna be here all day if I... What a kindred spirit, Silvervale. I completely agree with you on this. I hate networking too. Thank you for feeling the same way. I'm quite gladdened by it. I hate networking as much as you, Silvervale. I probably hate it more than you. At least you still have the gentleness to just say it is not for me. But for me, I'll say it to everyone. I hate it. Yeah. I just figured on me and greed. I was wrapping it up. She walked directly to the screen to meet me. So I was taking a photo of us together. I was not informed of this picture or asked permission for it, and only knew about it when I saw. Opportunistic. What else can I say? It's opportunistic. Cinderella love meeting you want to collab and told I'll let you know. I could throw you guys in group chat if you're interested. Hello, I appreciate this sentiment, but I prefer to not do collabs. I kind of feel that way most of the times. This is my approach to collabs as well. I usually am not a fan of collabs, but I will if I enjoy the company of someone. Collabs can be a bit tiring for me. A lot more than solo streaming is. But the thing about me with collabs is that if someone really does ask for one in a genuinely, I would usually accept it. Oh, hold on, I need to check something for a moment. Okay, we're back. Well, I will never collab with someone I've just met. Let's just think about it this way. Well, I wouldn't, unless I know them. Well, at least if I know of them long enough, I'll probably be fine. But if it's just like you just appeared out of nowhere to me and you're asking for a collab, I wouldn't. I would think about it at least. No worries. Hope you have a good. Okay. After the meet and greet, she contacted my manager and Mythic to ask me to collab. I told them I would rather not collab, but I accepted her friend request on Discord after turning her down. In private DMs, she reached out and asked me to do merch or other various form of collab to be monetized. I declined. I always prioritize my own well-being, my mental well-being and peace over any other potential profit that could make me feel used transactionally. And I can understand Silvervale's approach to this, and honestly, I can really understand Silvervale's approach to this. This was the time when she left Vshoujo. And we already know exactly how she felt when she left Vshoujo. She did not say out loud, but she hinted. She said, someone mentioned her something along the lines of, how do you feel about leaving your friends at Vshoujo, or something along the lines of that. Silvervale said something that really got me thinking. Do friends do the things they do to me? She didn't really go into any specifics, but I already understood the message that was being conveyed. Do friends do the things they do to me? What friends? Yes. So I can completely understand. She has been burned very badly over her experiences, especially during the Hogwarts Legacy and the Vshoujo arc of her career. So it's very, very reasonable that she would just say, I'm done. I don't trust you enough to work with you. That is very fine. Okay. Hi. Silver. Yeah, we already got that. We know about this one. Oh my god, Red. I mean, if there is one thing I have to give credit to Red, Cinder's manager, he does a really good job at looking bad. Looking really bad. To take heat away from Cinder. He does a really good job at that. I wouldn't call that much of a compliment, but it's what he's really good at. Make himself look bad to protect Cinder. And it's very ironic that Cinder decides to fire him. If what everything said is true and that Red is doing everything at the behest of Cinder, wow, she betrayed him. Anyone who is willing to look like a villain for you he cares for you. Anyone who is willing to look like a villain to other people for your sake is someone who really cares for you. And evidently Red does not mind looking like a blatant villain for Cinder. I almost pity Red now that the facts came out. Live today, the worst for my birthday. Nano, it was cancelled. Devastated. I was devastated as Nano was the one who originally asked if she could do it because she's excited about the new things she learned, and my birthday was special. At the time, the reason given was health and stress reasons, which made sense given how much was on Nano's plate. Despite my disappointment, I express support. She has to prioritize her health. I'm now aware of the actual reason for declining the work. External pressure from Red and Cinder. Don't worry, too, there was health issues. I will never blame anyone besides. We never want to make you feel like we are making you or forcing you to work on or not work on something. That's what you are doing. Duplicitous. So duplicitous. That is exactly what you are doing. Everyone can see it. I bet Nano, evidently, she could see it. She just chose not to talk about it until she couldn't take it anymore. Probably. Red and Cinder really hate Silver. I don't know why, other than it's such a petty reason to hate her. So petty. I didn't think much of it at the time, but Cinder messaged me on Discord right before my model was cancelled. She celebrated that we shared art despite the fact that at the same time she and Red were actively working to take the potential for more away. That is so... Jeez. Again, it's like 金枝玉葉. Do you know 金枝玉葉? I talked to you about this show again. I'm going to talk about this show again. 金枝玉葉. Talk about this show again. It is very... This really is like one of those things. You know the whole scenes. You all have to watch this show. You all really have to watch this show. Because the women characters in this show, how should I say, when they talk to each other,佢哋講啲嘢好有骨. What do I mean in English? When the words they speak have bones in them. That is the literal translation. There's no dub, there's subs. There's subs. You should just watch the subs. What I mean is that the words they speak have bones in them. And I'm certain you all kind of have an idea what it means, but for the purposes of not wasting time, the concubines in this show, they say polite, gentle words to you, but if you are in the know or if you understand people well enough, you can see that their gentle words are all a facade to convey very venomous messages. Words with a bite, exactly right. Words with a bite, Rusty. They will speak to you with gentleness, politeness, no profanity, nothing. Everything is gentle, everything is polite, but the message they convey to you, you can feel their hostility, you can feel the hate, or you can feel their desire to see you go down. Yes, it is. It is probably the flagship palace drama back in the day. So it goes back to this what Cinder said here is so... It feels exactly like that. Hey Silver, I just got your gamer sub stuff in the mail and it looks amazing. It's so cute that we both have nanos. Let me read. Let me set the mood. Let me set the mood. Let me set the mood. Hey Silver, I just got your gamer sub stuff in the mail and it looks amazing. It's so cute that we both have Nano's art on our merch, since she's both our model mama. Funny that, what a coincidence. Yes. 你講嘢有骨。你啲說話有骨 literally means your words have bones in them. It's probably some colloquial where you eat meat and you have bones in them and it pricks your gums. Kind of like that. Never spend years sabotaging me for no understandable reason. I'm sorry, but oh my goodness, it's really like a palace. You know how in palaces, I want to tell you again another story in palaces. In palaces, each concubine has one eunuch who attends to them for everything. they are allocated one eunuch. And the eunuchs, their job is to be the personal assistant of the concubine. And this really reminds me of that part in the story where a concubine and a eunuch plot with each other to sabotage the other concubines. It really reminds me of that. They actively sought to get my stuff cancelled. It's hard to express how crushing it is to talk about so cruelly and maliciously without my knowing. And to know opportunities and friendships were taken away from what I can only assume is out of spite and insecurity. There is no end to the amount of anxiety I feel knowing if these rumors were expressed to Nano, I have to assume they were expressed to others as well. I hope this document and the evidence presented will convince you that I am not the person that Cinder and Redactor try to convince that I am. After watching Silvervale for, honestly, since the Lost Pause days, when he did those voiceovers of Doki Doki Literature Club, I have been following Silvervale off and on. And especially so during the Hogwarts Legacy incident and the V Shoujo leaving incident. So I have reason to believe that I can trust. I wouldn't use the word trust, but I will accept what she says at face value. There is no reason for me to doubt anything that she says here. It's a shame, Ayane. I followed her off and on. I don't follow her like very, very like a fan, but I found out about her when she collabed with an old anime YouTuber called Lost Pause. They did a whole voiceover with DDLC, yeah. That was the first time actually I've heard of most of the people now who have become like big name VTubers. So that was the first time I heard of Iron Mouse. The first time I heard of, well, Melody I heard of a little earlier because there was a lot of quote-unquote controversy surrounding her when a lot of bakjo tried to cancel her because she was apparently making other women look bad. I don't know about that, but she got cancelled, so I knew about Melody. And then of course I knew about Silvervale there as well. So funnily enough, Lost Pause was really... Lost Pause really, I would say, propelled their fame and their status. It's a shame now I don't really hear much of Lost Pause now. He was fun. I watched his videos off and on and they were fun. Oh yeah. A lot of OnlyFans women were targeting Melody because more people were paying for her content over theirs. Yeah. And they try to make it a feminist thing for some reason, and it really rubbed me the wrong way. Well, to be fair, Lost Pause really doesn't need to do anything new already. He has a successful channel. He probably gathered quite a lot of money to live comfortably for the rest of his life. And he has a girlfriend who he probably already married. He has a girlfriend who probably already married. He probably doesn't even really care too much about the YouTube career anymore. Just like PewDiePie, I guess, if I have to guess. If he ever makes any videos, it's probably just because he wants to make them. Cone Man is not just women, okay? And I know first-hand experience is not just women. Do you all remember the tale of Mundane Matt? Do you all remember? The story of Mundane Matt, the Boulder King? If you know the story of Mundane Matt and the Boulder King, or if you knew the story of Kraut and Tea, you will know exactly that backstabbing and betrayals are not exclusive. Oh yeah, not to mention Short Fat Otaku. Dev, not Short Fat Otaku. If you know anything about Mundane Matt, Short Fat Otaku, or Kraut and Tea, you will know that backstabbing and betrayal are not exclusive to women. It is a human thing. It is bad people thing. So, that is what I have to disagree with you on. That's why I have to disagree with a lot of lurkers who are trying to pass it off as a women-only thing. Because it is not. And perhaps, but backstabbing has existed since the dawn of time. You make ancient stories about backstabbers. Well, anyway, we have concluded the Silver Veil document. What I will be doing next is how Cinder approaches all of this. Okay? Cain and Abel, that's right. Men as well. So the next one I'm going to go through is Cinder's document, and I'm going to say right now, I am going in blind with Cinder's document. I have no idea what she's going to bring up, but it's probably going to be something. It's probably going to be a trip. Anyway, I'm going to take a second break. So you lurkers behave. I'm going to take a second break and I'll be back with you. Stellar Blade's coming out in June? Is it? Stellar Blade's coming out so soon already? Oh, yeah, I'm gonna talk about Oblivion Remake later. Stellar Blade's coming out in June? That's fast. That is very, very fast. Okay, where is Cinder's supposed apology? Google Doc. Just go look for it. Okay. Here we go. Before I go get started, let's have a look at chat. What else have you been talking while I was away? Ooh. Chat behaved properly for a change. That is good to know. Sheriff Pumpkin, thank you for the sub. Let's get us started. Okay? Let's get started. Oh, goodness gracious. What am I going to do with this? Okay. Burger Cat, what did you not see? Burger Cat. What was it? Burger Cat? Burger Cat? Burger Cat? Burger Cat? What did I not see? That's fine. I've got better things to do right now than to find what lurkers were talking behind my back. I will deal with you all later. Okay, let's get started. We are going to do a read along because I haven't read it yet. There's nothing I can say to make this better, but I will try my best to properly convey my feelings, frustrations, and mistakes. I like to explain my point of view and apologize to each party affected. Redacted has been my co-content creator since I began making content, managing all aspects of what I do, and being a major part of why I am here. We have also been in a relationship since the start of my endeavors. You all talk about Shondo, right? Her whole part about if you're an indie VTuber and you do not manage if you do not manage the channel yourself, but you have someone else managing the channel for you, it's more than likely in a relationship. Who is your manager, Badminton? If you didn't know that obvious question already, I am my own manager. Everything I do myself, and I'm learning from zero. I am learning every single thing I do on stream from zero. Mod-chan and Lurker-chan are just mods who are friends of mine who just help out. And I don't use the word friends lightly, by the way. I do not use the word friends lightly. If anything, I'm managing all of you lurkers. I manage myself and I manage everyone. Okay. It's no secret that many Vtubers choose to keep their public and personal lives separate. I'm no different. Is that so? If you are a VTuber and you choose to keep your private and personal life separate, you wouldn't show your face into a cosplay competition now, would you? If you're gonna be a... This is a problem I have with a lot of VTubers. This is really a problem I have with a lot of VTubers, actually. I am old-fashioned, so you have to excuse me. You'll have to excuse me when I'm complaining about this, because this is a gripe I have had. This is a gripe I have had with a lot of VTubers, especially in the English branch, the EM branch. You show your face in front of a camera, are you even still a VTuber anymore? Darkstripe, good morning. They're just using the VTuber identity as some kind of a tool. Some kind of a marketing stunt. And that's a problem I have with a lot of EN VTubers. I cannot tell them what they should or should not do. But I never really understood it. I never really understood the entire rationale of making it a requirement that you have to show your face even though you are a VTuber. I mean, I respect to Kason and I like her content, but can Kason really be considered a VTuber now or not? I don't even know. She was a VTuber at some point in the past, but I just don't understand. Kason seems like a streamer to me now, just like Misumi-san. Just like Misumi-san. It's so funny because Suzuhara, Lulu, and Kiryu Coco, they graduated just one day apart from each other, and they have the near identical approach to streaming now in their other life. If you don't know who Misumi-san is, she is Suzuhara Lulu's second life. Both of them approach to... let me see if I can find her YouTube channel, actually. I want to find her YouTube channel if I can find it. I subbed to her if I recall correctly. Okay. Misumi-san, where are you, Misumi-san? Why am I still subbed to this guy? Okay, let me find... Where? There she. There is her channel. Okay. Suzuhara Lulu's second life. I can say that already because it's been years since Suzuhara Lulu has left us, but she is back and she is now a streamer. She does exclusively on YouTube, unlike Kason. Let me see if I can give a proper introduction to it. She doesn't have a good introduction video. Maybe one of her clippers.
ハーフですか？ハーフじゃないの。ハーフじゃないんだけど顔が濃ゆくて、両親とも九州出身の方なので。
Familiar voice, everyone?
濃ゆいんだと思う。姉も結構顔濃くて、で私は父になので、父が濃いですね。そう。だから多分お酒もそんなに。
Okay, you had your fun. You all had your fun. You all had your fun. Now I'm back to the document. As of yesterday, he's no longer working for me, and I've not extensively discussed any of this with him. I'm sure you didn't. Where our personal situation goes from here, we'll figure out between us privately. I never intended to mention us publicly. Oh, sure. I never intended to mention us publicly, but given the claims out there, I want everyone to know I'm taking this seriously. Can you split them up into paragraphs, Cinder, please? Please. Why is it so hard for you to split them up into paragraphs? His hyper-oriented business outlook, what my view of what it is I should be doing and what should be important. Terrible work-life It's not about you, Cinder. Let me lose out the point. Till all this happening to me to realize this behavior isn't normal or healthy, it's not an upload I want to have. This doesn't absolve me from things I've willingly done wrong and went along with, or the way I've treated people who are fully undeserving. I don't know. You can still do proper spacing even if you wrote it in the rush. It is not hard. You literally just have to press enter twice to make good spacing. In regards to Nanolas, for the majority of the time working career was the one almost solely doing communication about new plans and negotiations through his private DMs. Nano had a project server we were all part of where the actual art and models were worked on, but conversations were focused around the work itself. I was not fully aware of the extent of Raid's manipulations. I'm sure you're not. I'm sure you have not. Oh wow, it's like she's doing you a big favor, is it? Wow, you're doing her a big favor. A very, very big favor. You know what is the ironic thing about these lurkers? Is that I have heard of Cinder once, but it was a name in passing. And now I can't help but admit that I already know of Cinder because of this drama now. I do not really know about her other than a name I've heard in passing some time ago. I can't even remember when. There was only one specific creator we were responsible for naming and pressuring Nano with into reconsidering project with, not an entire list. But the fact that you did it is already bad enough, don't you think so? That does not make you feel any better. Oh yeah, you go into a store, you stole a bottle of beer. You stole a bottle. Or you go into a store and you stole from a cash register. What? They are both theft. Of her own volition. That's what they always say, isn't it? That's what they always say. That's what they always say, even the gangsters. Oh no, the protection money, he paid it on his own volition. Oh no, he decided to let go of the proposal for the new construction plan. He decided to let go of the proposal. It was on his own volition. Speaking as my friend, I did give her a lot of work and we did everything we could to accommodate her schedule if she needed more time or a break. I even helped her with her own project payments multiple times. I've invited her on my stream, sent her my merch and things she made for me, and I've always been open to talking about her about things outside of our projects in the instance. Regarding a exclusivity deal between them, I had no part in the direct negotiation of the eventual agreement, and I had no knowledge of Bao and Cotton being included on this list. Oh yeah, Cotton is the other one. Yeah. You can't just say that though. People gave you evidence. People made their claims and they showed receipts for their claims. You can't just say, actually no, I didn't do that. It's right there. Nope. Oh my goodness. Why does she not put proper spacing? It's such a pain to read. Already, this wall of text already gives me a bad impression. Yes, but that still does not justify you disliking Silverville. Oh yes, I did not backstab Bao or Cotton. It was always about Silverville, and you never spoke to Silverville other than a few random offhand comments. The issue she had with either of us not to terminate our partnership. I had no idea there was even a conversation about Shy Lily recently between Red and Nano until reading her document. It's true I confided with Red that lately I haven't been hearing from Lily like I had in the past. I was worried something was wrong, but as far as it went, and he took it upon himself to try digging for more info. You don't have to dig for info, you just have to find the info that's in your own house. As they say, the proverbial speech. Dig for more info as you want. Investigate yourself. I was never even aware Nano was ever planning to work on a model for another one of my friends, Giri. I do not condone anything about what Red said about Bao in their DMs either, and him using we and our in this context, apparently incorrect, I believe was done to gain greater credibility behind what he was saying. Okay, you have to think about this way. You have to give more evidence to suggest that he was acting on himself. Because as far as we know, Red manages your career, which means the person who stands to gain the most from all of this is you, Cinder. People will always think of Red as the manager. Any success that goes your way, it goes to you. My goodness. Yes, Ray and I were initially upset by Bao hired my editor, and I took personally when I shouldn't have. So you admit it. I felt as if maybe my content wasn't good enough or I wasn't paying enough for his work. Then ask. But I accepted it and was happy for him to get the best, supporting one of my friends at the same time. Well, from the way that your boyfriend worded his impressions of Bao, it did not seem like much of a friend. Yes, she is. She's basically saying she's mostly blameless in this situation, and everything that has happened was because of her boyfriend / manager. The Red got it in his head that was Bao's fault that it happened and seemingly held a grudge against her for it. he was very passionate about Boss Rush and the potential future projects around it, but he told me if I an MV editor as talented as Zack, the future projects wouldn't reach the same height, so he created his hit canon. Oh, God. Oh my goodness. I don't even know what to say. I really don't. Jeez. She is laying the blame all on him. I wasn't convinced. Wow. I've been saying wow too many times. I cannot believe it. This is really... She is really throwing him off to the horde and trying to leg it. Every comment here about her own music guilt tripping and claims about her shared feelings towards her are disgusting. I honestly don't know why he thought this way about my cause. Wow. She had nothing to do with this, so she claims. All these years she had nothing to do with it. She was not even aware of it one bit. This is not how you should behave. There is just business screenshot of my DMs. Oh, here we go. What Ray was trying to explain to Nano is that everyone has a model by her, then the innate value of her models overall diminish. There's an oversaturation of that type of model out there. If everyone in the world had a VTuber model done by her, then the value of having her model wouldn't be the same as there were only, which she viewed as a negative for me. I understand when he was covering her teeth, but in a VTuber stage, this isn't something we should have pursued. Obviously not everyone has the right to hire everyone. And if you're going to buy exclusivity, you make sure you actually make it worth their while. And they have to accept it. If they don't accept it, so be it. Nano has an amazing skill where she's able to draw each of her... You were never upset, but you were so against it. You were never upset, but you were so against it.
You will have nothing and you will like it.
Now it is called It Is Just Business. Last time it was Everyone Makes Mistake. And then the one before that is Educate Yourself. There are 3 immortal phrases from EN Vtubers now. It's just business, everyone makes mistakes, and educate yourself. Thank you for the 2, Malcolm. In many cases, I was there cheering for them on their dailies, looking to collab for them as sisters when I could. Is that so? Me saying it's just business was referring to my acceptance of Nano's business decision whether she chose to work for me or not. Is that so? This was not in reference to anyone's model being cancelled, further explaining to her that it's okay if she chooses not to work with me. I can understand where the next part can sound manipulative, but my intention was to reminisce. No, I remember when I saw you gaslighting her. Remember that part? She says she was not she was not interested in exclusivity, but she didn't want to. She didn't. If this was a deal breaker for Cinder, it is what it is. But then she said, "You don't like me, do you?" She told to Nano basically, "You don't like me, do you?" That is, you gaslit her into acquiescing to your demands, basically. I knew I wanted to join in. Well, it's free for everyone to join, I guess. When I contacted an artist in October and they were set to start my design by December, the plan was to take my cherry make a pink white wolf, Silver Veil reveal her Sakura wolf design. I had heard Silver Veil earlier that year, but I didn't watch the streams at all. But the thing about Silver Veil is that even during the when did Doki Doki Literature Club? When did DDLC come out? Let me see. And you all remember when DDLC came out? Any of you remember? Tell me, fine, go and do your thing. 2017, around 2017 to 2018, that was at their peak. DDLC was at their peak around 2017 to 2018. And from the time when I can go back to the Lost Pause videos, I can look back to the Lost Pause videos, and when Lost Pause collabed with Iron Mouse, Silver Veil, and Melody, I recall that Silver Veil already had the general appearance illustrated. The general appearance that would become her VTuber model was already quite set in stone during the collabs, because they used her PNG tuber basically as for Discord. She used her that PNG of her design, which will become her VTuber avatar, as her Discord Fugi. So that is... You should have known this for a long time, Cinder. You should have known this for a long time ago. Since 2018. We knew we had to pivot before we were stuck with a design that would just be a copy of one of the most popular VTubers of all time. At the time, like I explained many times on my stream, I knew I wanted to mix a love of Kami, metal music into design, Hellhound. Both Hell and Fire Team, it was a coincidence, and I'll see it. I'm sure it was. I was genuinely interested in pursuing a friendship with her and drew fan out of myself of us together. On the other hand, Ray was in my ear the whole time, seeing how great working together would be, since again he's been in business-oriented side of my brand. Compared to civil, that doesn't make sense though. I have not seen this happening. It would help a lot for your case, Cinder, if you actually showed receipts of this happening. Because it's literally just trust me. It's literally just trust me. And I'm sorry, but you have lost a lot of trust from a lot of people. And I don't know how people will be motivated or incentivized to just take your word at face value. And constantly belittling of myself. Did it happen though? Any of you who have been here since the 2020 VTuber times, did this really happen though? That's my question. Did it happen or not? She didn't give any evidence, so you need a burden of proof. The burden of proof is on you to make the counterclaims. Claims have been made against you, and there have been receipts that at least back up those claims. So the ball is in your court, and all you have is just say everything that's been said is wrong. A counterclaim without evidence is just opinion. So Paul was working in nano consistent, you brought up not making any more. If a VTuber model is how everyone recognize you, then it'd be harder to compare us directly if we no longer look like it. Then leave it at that. Topic. Red rushed to this harder than I ever did because he knew how it affected me for years, but no matter what the outcome, I wasn't going to walk away from working with Nano. Silver was completely undeserving of this treatment, and it's my own insecurities that led me to making this choice. We are back to this again. When she only admitted to Silvervale, only Silvervale. She threw her boyfriend under the bus over Bao and the other VTubers. Japan hardly ever has this problem. It's so wild. It is so wild. It's literally that, isn't it? It's literally that. That is her message for Silvervale. Everything is about Silvervale. I talk about Spite. Once again, I have no involvement, knowledge of Red. Bring out Spite. Was Silver, my design shade outfit was finished. Made public at Star 21. The first thing she mentions is a debut teaser in 22 that was apparently posted the same day. I honestly don't know at the time of Sintage. Oh yeah, I've heard yeah, and other people online have been talking about Cinder's own followers harassing another VTuber because they kinda look similar. What an irony. Cinder is trying to play the victim and say that Silvervale's followers were attacking her for looking similar to Silvervale at one point in time, allegedly, and now she was doing the exact same thing to Spite. Yeah, I'll have a look at Spike later. Or maybe I'll look now actually. Let me close some videos first. Let me close some docs. And I will look for it. A bit yabai. Trying to find a more but they look kind of similar in a way. But not very similar. Yeah, some core, but it's different enough. How am I gonna show you all actually? And it precedes Cinder. And they precede Cinder. Goodness me. Is there a somewhat safe forward version of Spite on Twitter? It is so hard to find a safe forward version of her. But I think it's better for you because you just see it directly. Spite VT, SPITE. And you have an idea of what she looks like. It is so hard to find a proper image or video of her that is just safe for work. Send the link to the doc. Let me see. Let me see. Where is the document? Where is the El Documente? Where is it? Yeah, it's just YouTubing. It's basically just YouTubing despite VT. No. There we go, I found it. Okay. Spite. Oh my god, what a... This was the problem. Apparently. Apparently this was the problem. This was why Spike got targeted. No, this one, I mean, Malcolm, I was on her proper Twitter account and most of her content was yabai. But I found her Google Docs that has something a little more controlled. And she has receipts of it being 2 weeks earlier than Cinder. Magnificent. I will take your word for it, you probably have already read the document. But magnificent. Funny how to twist it against you, huh? That is a lot of gaslighting. Okay. let's see this part. I'm getting a little exhausted from reading all of this, but I will keep going. The references for the ripped shirt and shorts outfit King model was given to Nano in June of 22 with the purpose of having color off. Save for the Twitch, the much art she was referring to was designed around my concept file. The fact that the rest of the art was grayscale was the artist's choice. There was no intention to deliberately look like Spike with this piece. Unfortunately, both my Angel and Sleepy outfits being similar to outfits was just a coincidence. I always planned to make up. Yeah, sure. And my original ref sheet said the groundwork for the idea. I've never liked theming anything around my brand in the original, so I chose to make my Angel form more Creed Valkyrie than biblical, which also gives it a similar look to my demon form with this. The Sleepy outfit was... You know what? If I have any reason, if there's anyone who has the right to be envious, honestly, if there is anyone who has the right... If there's anyone who has the right to be envious, honestly, it's probably me. They have so much money to throw around for this commission and that commission and this outfit and that outfit and this redesign and that redesign, this animation, that animation, this edit, that edit, this MV, that MV. If there's anyone who has the right to be envious, it's probably me. Look at how much money she throws for all these commissions. Taishi La Foray, thank Sakana for the gifted membership. That was not what I meant. I'm saying that, by the way, I'm not asking for any of this. I'm just saying that if there is anyone who has the right to be envious, anyone at all, it is those of us who are just starting. The VTubers I talk to, they would love to have this much money for all these commissions. They would love to have this much money to completely devote their full time into VTubing as a career. So if you're going to talk about envy, have a little bit of self-awareness. Look at how rich you are. Look at how famous you are before this document dropped. Before all of this dropped. You don't need any of it. There's no reason for you to be envious. There's no reason for you to be envious and to backstab people. Come on, give me a break, seriously. Through it all will wave over pettiness. You have the opportunity to work with gamer subs. What else are you complaining? You've got big sponsors. You've got blue label sponsors, blue ribbon sponsors like gamer subs. What else are you complaining about? And she is rich enough to be the co-owner of Gamer Subs. Exactly right. What else does she have to be envious about? She made it. Where's that? Sparza Rob, another creator, reached out to her about the experience of being Canon assumes Neon Tales ASMR artist posted Hellhound OC, one of the upcoming videos, undoubtedly created using me as a reference. Right after my debut, like I say, protective of my design elements being so I overreacted. Shortly after I apologized and agreed to adjust the design, I thought the matter was settled. At the start of my online career, I was a girlfriend experience ASMR artist. I am shocked that it took you this long to implode. Well, now your fans are probably going to read this document and they are probably going to feel so betrayed. Losa, is not just your friends who you betrayed, your own audience you have betrayed now. For me, my approach to using a VTuber avatar is simple. I just want to complain, rant, mouth seethe, and ramble online. I don't care about anything else. I find all these VTubers who over-obsess on a specific gimmick to be... Well, I wouldn't want to say any adjectives about them. It's just that I don't jive with it. Before I started my channel, I had gone into listening to roleplay audios. Always been a shine throughout high school and college. I'm unhappy with where my life and relationship were at the time. After uploading first few audios, my channel started growing fast. The first time I was inundated with so many people wanting to know me and talk to me. I lost in the excitement of it all. Not fully coming to terms with these messages being because of the kind of content I was making. No duh! What were you expecting? Even teenagers know exactly what they're expecting. You give audiences a girlfriend experience ASMR, you really think that fans reacting to you is out of the kindness of their heart. They're interacting to you because you sold them a cheap form of content, in my opinion. I became comfortable chat diverging and when I shouldn't have. I cheat. Oh my goodness. So you mean to tell me you did a GFE while you already had a boyfriend? Then you cheated on a boyfriend with someone else while you're still doing a GFE? is up with you? No! No, 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 no! What is wrong? What? Why? You have a GF. You sold yourself as a GFE content creator while you have a boyfriend. And during your career as a GFE content creator, you started talking to one of your fans behind your boyfriend's back. I cannot even say the other VTubers are smearing you. Now you're just talking about yourself. It's from your own mouth. I have no reason to doubt this already because it came straight from you. I use Rain for emotional support and while I let my real life relationship collapse. You have a boyfriend. Something about this part really does not get to me. It really does not get to me. I shut in throughout high school and college, wasn't happy with life and relationship. You had a boyfriend during this time. How? Are you trying to pretend? It's like one of those mean girls trying to pretend she is the nerdy girl. It's really like that. Because right now it's so far in the future, anyone can make a story up. It's really like that. It's really like a mean girl trying to pretend to be the nerdy girl. Because your own story now, I'm not even saying this as some kind of insult already, because Cinder, she said it herself, her story does not add up already. Okay, and you go. I'm getting tired of this stream already. I'm getting so sick and tired of this stream already. I want to finish this. I'm getting so sick and tired of this stream already. What am I even reading? What am I even reading? It was about my dissatisfaction in my personal life and escaping into messages with someone else I found through content focused around girlfriend and boyfriend RP. If you're dissatisfied with your boyfriend, break up with him. It's not that hard. It is not that hard, really. It's not that hard. Especially high school relationships. It's not that hard. And you are airing dirty laundry in your own Google document, by the way. It's so stupid of you to do it, but you got this far, might as well end it, am I right? It was never about climbing a ladder with Rain, and I find that being his takeaway from why I move on baffling. By the time I was ready to debut as senior, wanted to leave it in the past. Till to this day, I regret my decision and been living with it since. I was lucky to be able to mend my relationship after this. And lastly, I wanted to address Peach's disability. I'm sure many of keeping up with things, but he doesn't do everything. I'm so if you're going to write all this nonsense, you could have at least made proper spacing. That's the least you could do. Just let Lida lurk. Just that. Who subbed? Durek Gal Duralaba. Thank you for the sub. Oh. I'm sorry you had to see me at my most broken and most wearied. I'm so sorry I let things get to a point or even entertain I've told you. No, that's not the worst part, okay? That's not the worst part. You are fine to make an offer for exclusivity. That is not the problem. The problem is when you use underhanded tactics to manufacture exclusivity. That is underhanded. By flooding someone with too much work that they cannot do anything else. Overvalue your church, past 4 years, love your walk so much, meet myself exclusive to you. I should never have sought those feelings to be reciprocated. Everything your fellow worked on for me was always so perfect. I know intentional oppression, but looking back, I can see how your messages felt that way. You can see now. Everyone could see it. You do all of the worst things possible, and now you just want to say one sorry and it's enough. But when I talk about how my models help you improve, I was looking back how far we've come. We've been friends for so long, cheer each other, both started growing up. We have been our exclusive artists for majority. Of course, I would have been sad if you didn't want to continue the relationship, but I was out. What was best? Okay, I saw you as someone I trusted. Oh my goodness. There is a reason why people hate NTR. That is completely true. It is completely right. The hate comments are usually from people who have been personally affected by it, or know someone who has been personally affected by it. Are you not genuine? I've always admired you and how genuine you have always been to everyone. Yeah, you do not follow in her example, Cinder. yet you don't follow her example. I have trouble believing that only your boyfriend slash manager was in the know about all of this. I'm disgusted with myself for buying to the narrative that my friends were competition. How can you admire someone for being genuine but at the same time believe that your friends are competition? If you admire someone about their qualities in personality, you would try and follow that. I don't want this to be a nitpick of Cinder's apology, and I don't want this to be a nitpick of her behavior, but it's just getting that way. It's just being that way. It's just the principles and the messaging behind what she says that really just disturbs me. It's the messaging behind what she says, the principles behind what she says. If you never had any genuine friendships in your life, and you admired Bao for being such a genuine friend to you, then give it a try. Do not treat her like some kind of competition if you claim to admire her so much. Or are you just saying that right now to just try and smoothen out the friction that you make? Especially with you, we've gotten to know each other so well online and in person, and yet you chose to not call out your manager when he treated her like trash. Apparently. You have always been through so much, and the last thing I want to do is cause more harm, but you did. Assuming we can even believe what you say, that you had no control of what your boyfriend slash manager would do, which I still doubt, you let it happen still. You're either negligent or you didn't care. I am an entity. I am an entity, lurkers. I am not human. Neither man nor woman. I am an entity. I only exist as a figment of people's imagination. I wish we would have been able to talk about this too. I didn't know about the severity. Oh, I'm sure. I am sure you didn't know the severity of the things. I am sure. It was all such a shock. Such a big shock. Seriously, lurkers, I am an entity, neither man nor woman. I am just an entity that takes this form. Take it or leave it. I am a figment of your imagination. I am a tulpa. I'm a manifestation of your subconscious and a manifestation of your consciousness. I'm sorry, Lurkers, for going off tangent, because I feel for the sake of my own sanity, I have to distract myself. I'm so sorry. For the sake of my own sanity, I have to distract myself. This is getting too ridiculous for me already. How much longer is this document? Not long. Okay, I wish I would have been able to talk about this, blah 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 blah. I'm sure you didn't know the severity of your things. I am a sack of Doros in a trench coat. It is my fault for not realizing the things Red was saying about you, the countless friendship. It was... How do you not know that? How? There is... No! How do you not know that? I'm gonna read Bao's response later, okay? I'll read Bao's response. Hello, especially I met here within the last several years means so much more to me than him in the business side of things and his way of thinking. No amount of popularity or money means more to me than the relationship I built in. Then why do you not stop him? Why didn't you keep up to track with your friendships and then ask them whether your manager / boyfriend have been treating them fairly or not? And if they tell you there are problems, you confront your manager about it. I've always been myself, whether that be on stream in person. I'm sure you. I have always been myself, whether I've been on stream or in person. Right. You have always been yourself. What is this? What is this? You have always been yourself. Being a fake girlfriend is not being yourself. Being a fake girlfriend or a fake boyfriend is, to your audience, is not yourself. You are playing a role. You are putting on a mask. What is this? I have always been myself.
You will have nothing and you
David
will
Man,
like it.
thank you for the 110 stress with I appreciate it. To sec. I love getting to chat with you in person and absolutely love all the hard work you put into that boss rush. Grateful to hear you're on board to edit the MV. I don't remember exactly what the stream got pushed back, but I definitely wouldn't blame you for blame on you knowing how soon the deadline was when you started working. I was thankful for the willingness to complete the project despite everything. and the quality was incredible. I can't believe how Rag thought about you, especially after all the effort you put in. She really is blaming her boyfriend for everything. She really is blaming her boyfriend for absolutely everything. Button and Lily, sorry you had to get trapped in this. My fault let get this far. I had no knowledge. You had no knowledge. Okay, riddle me this, Cinder. Riddle me this, Cinder. A thought experiment, Cinder. If you are his girlfriend and he's your boyfriend, what kind of relationship is it when you don't know what the other party is doing most of the time? So much so that what are the other parties doing to what you call is your friends? What type of a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship actually is that? When you can really do things behind each other's backs like that. Mew, go to sleep. And I am happy you decided to trot along with this stream with me today. What type of a relationship is this when you don't even know what your boyfriend is doing? And not just what your boyfriend is doing, but what your boyfriend is doing with your own career. It's your career. Your boyfriend is working for you. You have the right to know exactly every single thing that your boyfriend is doing on your behalf. And it's your responsibility. This is no excuse. None of this is an excuse. It's not a corpo. You are not a corpo VTuber. Even corpo VTubers know more about their management than you do right now, it seems. If I knew Ray was trying to exclude specific friends in this exclusivity deal, how did you... At this rate, even corpo VTubers know what's going on in their own management than you do with your own boyfriend / manager. This is... None of my friends here was sacrificing over an art piece. Oh my god, so many. Okay. That is a lot. Silverville. Let's see what she says about Silverville. Well then, if Rena is in a relationship with imagination. If that is the case, Zephyr. Oh, Sito-chan, welcome, welcome. Enjoy your break. No pressure. I am just having a mental breakdown reading all this nonsense. I'm not reading all 7 documents. I am done after this. I am done after this document. Since the start, I loved that I saw someone else sharing similar interests to me, and I thought maybe someday we could talk about it and be good friends. I was blinded by all these hate comments around me, calling me your lesser half. I hate the person I've become towards you. Tried reaching out some time ago to start up a friendly conversation to change things and make things right. Say hi to you at conventions, support your endeavors. But despite all that, I was still being eaten alive by my own doubts. Yeah, being eaten alive by your own doubts and fear of harassment, the last thing you should do is to sabotage. pictures. I hope we could work something else. The photo was me. Then some spy. No, if any of this. Pictures were during the time I was immature and vulnerable. How are you? If you are immature and vulnerable, what was your boyfriend? You had a boyfriend back then, didn't you? How? I ended up being consumed by the content I was making. Why were you making such content if you had a relationship already? Why am I even asking you these questions? I probably already know the answer anyway. I'm sorry to my mom is expecting me to lead by per example than this. What type of better example? I'm sorry to the... Oh my god. I'm so tired to be angry. I am so exhausted to be angry. I'm too tired to be angry right now. I am too tired to be angry right now. VTuber community. VTuber community. VTuber community. No, I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. No. I'm done with this VTuber community BS. I'm so done with this. I am so done with this. The word VTuber community has always ever been used as a weapon. Always. Server guys, please hi so blah 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 blah. Extremely unhealthy work-life balance. 5 years on the internet, over my 5 years on the internet. So at that point, again, you're trying to say that I'm just going back into the details. I'm just going to go into a spiral again if I talk about the details. As I say at the start, I'm developing extremely, and harm rate has caused wow. Your boyfriend who is so dedicated to you, thinking for you, doing all the decisions he does for you. You can say his tactics are abhorrent and terrible, but he did it for you. These are not things he would have done for anyone else except you. And this is the thanks you give him. You don't even have the courage to share the blame with your boyfriend. You just discard him and throw him under the bus. Like, if there is one person you should apologize to in your own Google Doc, if there is one person you have to but I know you'll never do that. He gave his all for say every mean thing he said to every other every other artist, every single What? How? He's not muted on my end. I don't get it. It's not muted on my end. It's not muted on my end. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, in case any of y'all didn't pick up what I just said, is that if there is one person that Cinder really should properly apologize to, because it's the person that she betrayed so deeply, it is her own boyfriend, Red, her manager. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't be doing all these things. All those abhorrent words he did, all the backstabbing he did, all of the harsh words he said to other people, he did it for her. That is dedication. That is something you cannot take away from him. The least you could do as a girlfriend, the least you could do as the supposed significant other of this man or this guy who gave so much for you, is to at least stand by his side and accept the criticism with him by your side. Not throw him under the bus because it is convenient for you. Good afternoon, Rat. You can watch in your own pace. We know Cinder will never apologize to her boyfriend for this. This may be my opinion, but I have no reason to believe this opinion is untrue. To Cinder, Red is just a tool. A tool that lost its usefulness, or rather there is utility in discarding it. I don't even know anymore, Arena. Cinder and Rusia, they're so different, but in a way they're so similar. I don't even know anymore. Long story short is I cannot... Even going into this apology Google Doc blind, and without any preconceived biases against her from the start, I just feel that this apology makes her look even worse. Especially when she claims so many times that she is a genuine individual, genuine and wants to be a true friend, and she's always herself on stream and off stream. The fact is she spent her early careers on YouTube as a GFE creator. There is no genuineness in pretending to some people online that you are their girlfriend or boyfriend. That is all fakery. And what makes it even more insulting is that she had a boyfriend while she was doing a GFE career. And while she still had a boyfriend, she mildly hooked up with another guy who was one of her fans. I hope against hope that this apology video where you threw Red under the bus is something both of you came up with. Because if it was something you by your own came up with and he was actually blindsided by it, he is the most betrayed. He was the most betrayed out of everyone here. Yeah, it's one thing to betray friends, but to betray your boyfriend, can you imagine that? Assuming of course that it is what she says is 100% accurate and that she made this apology completely outside of his knowledge. He would not have to be the bad guy if it was not for you. 佢係唔使做醜人，如果佢唔愛你。冇人想做臭人嘅，真係冇人想做。但係如果你愛，但係如果你愛第二啲人 ，no one wants to be the bad guy. No one wants to be the bad guy. And if there is any situation where someone chooses to be the bad guy in that situation, is because they love someone enough to take the fall for them.真係冇面啊！我都唔知，如果我係病我嘅面，我病喺邊度病我都唔知啊！好攰啊！好緊要攰啊！你哋讀晒啦呢個，我哋都讀晒啦。我唔想讀落嗰啲 Google Docs， 嗰啲 Google Docs 嘛，仲有我讀咗4個，我唔可以讀啦，我唔可以讀，我真係唔可以讀咗。I do not want to read any more Google Docs. Ground Zero, Bao, Silver, and her apology are enough. More than enough for me. What did Rena say this time? What did Rena say this time? Oh, she retracted a message. Fair enough. But I'm going to conclude this topic with something a little lighthearted. And what I mean by lighthearted is the Neuro-sama videos. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Neuro-sama. Cinder. Oh wait, I'll just see the one on. I'll see the one that's on Twitter. Two minutes. This is from a person called. This was posted from Horror Reject Author. Let me see. Here we go. Oops. Running properly. Okay, let's rewind it and.
Cinder, have you heard about Giganuro? I guess you could call me a pussy lover. You're not scared of Giganuro, are you?
not if that's what she likes.
Giganuro has good reasons to hunt you down. You shouldn't be laughing.
Why? What did I do?
You were bad-mouthing her in your Discord DMs. What? She knows everything. Yes, Giganuro knows everything. You'd better run. Ha 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 ha.
I swear I didn't say anything. Don't laugh at me.
Wait, don't say anything. Are you scared?
Yeah. I'm scared that I'm gonna be accused of something I didn't do.
Being scared is a normal response to guilt. Giganuro is coming already. Are you guilty or not?
Me. What should I do?
You should come clean. Otherwise, things will get...
Why is this video so laggy? God, why is this video so laggy? It's not a problem with my internet. Why is this video so laggy?
You should have thought about the consequences of your actions long ago.
You're right. You're right. I'll do better.
I'm glad to hear it. As for what you did, I'll let Giganuro decide your punishment.
Do you think I can be forgiven?
Of course. Thank you. I will forgive you.
Will Giganuro forgive me, though?
It depends if you can sincerely apologize to her.
I sincerely apologize.
A sincere apology needs to be at least 3 sentences. Alright. I sincerely apologize to Giganuro for bad-mouthing her in my Discord DMs. I regret doing that because you can do it, Cinder. I believe in you. Do you have trouble apologizing, Cinder?
No. I'm just trying to formulate my thoughts here.
How about you also tell me what you are sorry for? Then tell me why it won't happen again. Just take your time.
I sincerely apologize to Giganuro for bad-mouthing her in the Discord DMs. I will do better next time. I'm very, very sorry. I've learned my lesson. I will be a better person. Nothing is downloading,
Lurkinus.
And learn and grow from my past mistakes. And
I think it's a Twitter problem right now.
That was an excellent apology. Giganuro will definitely forgive you.
My life miserable. Please don't make my life miserable, Elon. Not now. 37 minutes, I saw, Lurker-chan. I saw. I don't think I have that much. Oh, one more. One more. It's just a 10-second one, but it explains so much.
Do you have many friends?
Yeah, I've got a lot of friends.
They're not just acquaintances, right?
No.
Do you have many friends?
Yeah, I've got a lot of friends.
They're not just acquaintances, right?
Networking. I hate it so much. As a closing, let's see how well her apology was. How well the reception for her apology was. Because if it was anything like my live reading of it, I don't know. Maybe I am just too harsh, I am too strict, or I am too uptight about all these things. Or too old-fashioned about these things. Let's see. Let me see. Even networking acquaintances aren't this bad because you know you are arm's length. There is a proper expectation. Okay, let's see what she says. That is a long one, but I will read it. The absolute audacity to sit here and continue to manipulate and gaslight is absolute insanity. Pain and mental torment you have caused to the ones closest and most supportive of you have been devastating. And I've never been so heartbroken and hurt so badly for my friends. Yeah. The closest and most supportive of Cinder is her boyfriend. And she just threw him under the bus. You are the fakest person I've ever had the displeasure of supporting. Reading and hearing of how you've really viewed me behind my back. Sharing. Wow. Sharing. 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 Oh no. Okay, I need to drink. I need something to drink. Hold on. How you really viewed me behind my back, not just through screenshots of your man, but also your very own messages. While having to sit here and read through these bullshit lies you spin makes me want to vomit. To claim that you didn't show a single thing and to claim that you didn't know a single thing and had zero awareness of what your man was up to when everyone who shared even a single moment with you knows that you basically operate as the same person. Sharing every waking moment while loving to jump at the slightest opportunity to turn into your most slanderous self as soon as the opportunity was given, even when talking about your friends, is sickening. I have experienced your own actions without read, in a situation where, in your own screenshotted words, you expressed a pressure to live up to what Lily is, and proceeded to throw one of your most loyal and supportive friends under the bus after months of continuous planning just because you consistently chose business over friends, never feeling bad for failing them. Just to earn the bag and compete with me over a V-card collab that you rescheduled to be on the exact date your friend needed you to keep an important promise. You actively lied about it to them, instead blaming me for a collab you rescheduled, adding me to the pool of excuses to save your ass when you realized you were being a bad friend. Why blame me for choosing to miss an obligation you agreed to? On one of the most important days in a friend's career, everything you do is out of competition through your constant need to one-up the person who are the sole reason you even have these opportunities and platforms to earn from to begin with. You are welcome, by the way. You claim that it's just business. Well, in the business world, there has to be accountability. That is so true. And all you have done is to try and shove it away and admit it to nothing. In true narcissistic fashion, you're only feeling sorry about yourself and your consequences and your career and try to salvage it. I'm sorry for everyone who looked up to you as an inspiration, and I'm especially sorry for your fans. They deserve better. And knowing Shy Lily, I have seen her off and on, her posts, her videos off and on. She is a mild individual. To see her talk the way that I would talk is very jarring. To see her say things like this is not something she usually does. This is like something I would write. And I don't mean it as a compliment, by the way. It's something I would write. It is harsh, it is painful. And all the more knowing how Lily is as an online presence, I find it very hard to question what she said. Because this is one of the things that some people have to understand. If you see someone who you have known for years to be of a specific character, if you see them reacting in a very uncharacteristic manner, you know something is up. You know something is very up. And in the case for Lily, yes, something was very up. I can feel the rage in this message. I can feel the anger in this message. I don't care about the rest. I think Shy Lily's response sums up my thought on the apology as well. And I am the outsider. I can only imagine someone who knows her personally how they would feel. Well, anyway, lurkers. Hold on, let me check something. Lurkers. As much as I hate to admit it, remember what some people, remember what some content creators say, such as, what was his name? Tom Dark? Yeah, Tom Dark. Tom Dark has always openly said in his videos that he views Vtubers with intense disdain, intense dislike. And honestly, if this really is the representation of the cream of the crop of Vtubers, EN Vtubers, I cannot blame what Tom Dark said. It is his right to say, because this is what we are exposed to all the time at this point. I was already going into this with the expectation that the 7 documents thing was something very coordinated. Perhaps it was something coordinated, and it was just people turning against each other. But at the end of the day, after reading Cinder's own apology, I perhaps have the inkling that the 7 documents may have a reason to exist. The problem is that the top dogs are always prone to being like this because malicious two-faced sociopaths do whatever is necessary to reach their height. And this is why English VTubers have such a bad reputation. I would rather be a literally who and just have a few good followers who just I can have a proper chat with than to be those 200,000, 300,000 subs VTubers, and what they do behind the scenes is all this crap. I can feel my own soul just draining thinking about all these things. And it's one of the things, and for those who are Western-based VTubers who might just be here, I am sorry for what I am about to say, but I want to say it anyway. If I ever want to, I don't think I can ever feel comfortable with the Western side of VTubers. Never. I would like to have my mind changed about it, but I doubt it's ever going to happen. Instead, what I would think is I'm just gonna if I rather associate with VTubers, I rather associate with Asian VTubers. Honestly, there are almost every single Asian VTuber I have met who are in, whether they are in Cambodia, whether they're in Thailand, whether they are in Indonesia or Vietnam, wherever, they have all been good. I've met them, they've all been good, most of them have been genuine. Everyone I've met have been genuine, in fact. Except for a few. But there's certainly, if you compare even Southeast Asian VTubers with Western VTubers, it is night and day. The VTubers in Southeast Asia, you can feel their passion. You can feel that they love what they're doing, what they want to do. And it's so different. It is so different from the Western side of VTubing. As Lurker Chan said before, the Western side of VTubing is like Hollywood. And we all know what Hollywood is like. It is really nice to just be a VTuber, put your head down, talk about the things you love to talk about, vent about the things you love to vent about, stream about the things you love to stream about. And not sabotaging and backstabbing each other just so you can get that one up. Honestly, if one day some big name VTuber from the West, I don't know, even let's say even Bao or even Lily or anyone else, it's not against them, but even if they offer me a collab one day, I would think really hard about it. I really don't even know whether I would want to. If Fuji Aoi knew English, I would. Oh my goodness, I would. I've watched Aoi for a long time. It'll be a while before I can even dream of collabing with Fuji Aoi. If there was ever anyone I would probably consider to collab with ever, in the Western sphere at least, without too much thought, I would say Kersha. I would say Kersha. Maybe Leaflet. But that's and Small. Yeah, Small. I'm sorry, Small, I didn't mention you. My brain is a bit short-circuited already. And Muffy Grace, go thank Trumpet for the gifted membership. Oko, I already collab with her, and I must say I appreciate our chats. I don't know about Pippa. If she'll have me, I'll think about it. But anyway, long story short is I chose to follow VTubing to enjoy VTubers. I did not choose to follow VTubing just so I can watch Gamti Yoyip occur in real time on the internet. I didn't follow VTubers just so I can watch Imperial Palace drama take place on the internet. I did not subscribe for that. And now in a closing statement. A bit of a closing. Damn it, I feel drained. Midas. I always say I will think really hard about who I collab with, if they ever want me to collab with them. And I would say Midas, I would accept it in a heartbeat if she wants to. I'm not the type who would seek out to collab with someone. But if anyone seeks out to collab with me, I usually will accept it. But if Midas ever wants to, I don't mind. I would say yes. And anyway, as always, I wish Midas the best of health and the best of her life. She needs all the support she can get. I can feel her genuineness from my streams watching her. And being genuine in this has been so difficult. Well, that's out of the way. I'm done. I am so done with this stream. I'm so done with today's stream. I am so very done with this stream, but I cannot end the stream yet until I conclude this. Let me see. Reminder. Damn it, wrong one. Reminder. Tomorrow will be on Twitch same time, okay? Tomorrow will be on Twitch at the same time. And I am not going to be yapping tomorrow. I'm going to try a little something different for the entirety of the stream. And I hope my PC will let it happen properly. But anyway, let me see. Let me have a look at something. Okay, Ryan is online and she is streaming. Let me have a look and see. I am going to try something, okay, Lurkus? Please sit tight for a moment. Lurkus, please sit tight for a moment, okay? Okay? Sit tight for a moment. I'm going to try something. For those of you who still want to stay around. I am going to conclude the stream, but I am going to try to... Let's see if I can organize a raid. Let's see if I know how to organize a raid. Add stream, create highlight video, display. How do I organize a raid? Channel settings? Nope. Let me see. I have no idea how to set up a raid. Let me try. Where is it? We're going to warp to another VTuber, that is right. I need to know how to do it. Hold on. Let me see. So, pin a live chat message to your Premiere direct cloud. Set Premiere before setting up your Premiere audience. Oh my goodness, this is so convoluted. Can't you just have a proper redirect function? Channel settings. Nope, not the right one. How do I do it? Stream settings? I think. I need a menu option. I need watch in video format. Let me see. I need to watch in video format. Let me have a look. I'm watching it in video format. Please don't mind me for a moment. How to redirect live stream viewers. Let's have a look. Live control room? What the hell is a live control room? Okay. Channel level set. Shit. I am so confused. I am so confused. How do I do this? Okay, now what do I do? Okay, that looks fine. I get that part. Wait, where's this edit settings? Where's this edit settings button? Oh, edit's over there. Let me see. There we go. Customization. Redirect. Finally. Let's see. There we go. Let's try this. I think it should be done. I hope it works. So I'm going to end the stream now and same time tomorrow, okay, Lurkers? But remember to go to Twitch. Tomorrow is on Twitch, Lurkers. Don't forget that. Do not forget that. So let me see if it works. Okay, a bit of a warning. If it does not work, okay? If it does not work, I will be raiding this stream. Okay? If it does not work. So with that out of the way, I will excuse you, Lurkers, and I'm going to prepare for tomorrow's stream. Okay? We're going to end this. And it has been an exhausting day, but I have enjoyed your presence. It has allowed me to cope with what I have read throughout the day. But anyway, I'm going to end it right now. Take care, Lurkers, and bye-bye.